Good morning. I want to welcome everybody to the February 10th, 2012 meeting of the Implementation Committee of the State Allocation Board. I'm Bill Savage. I'm the Assistant Executive Officer for the State Allocation Board, and I'd like to go around and have people on the committee introduce themselves, starting with Mr. Conrad.
Richard Conrad.
Use your mic, please.
For you, Bill, I will. I don't need to, but I will. Richard Conrad, Division of the State Architect.
Debbie Pearson with Small School Districts Association.
Kathy Allen, San Juan Unified, representing CASH.
Dennis Dunstan, representing the Council of Educational Facility Planners International.
Mary Morris, representing the American Institute of Architects.
Juan Morales, representing the Office of Public School Construction.
Paul Hansen, Ventura County Offices of Education, representing the County Offices of Education.
Eric Brocky with the Los Angeles Unified School District.
Ian Johnson with the Department of Finance.
Lee Coop, representing the California Association of School Business Officials.
Thank you, everyone. And it is important, Mr. Conrad, that we use our mics, not so much in the room, but as you know, we are being webcast and preserving this on the webcast, so and that helps to get your
I'm adequately chastened, Mr. Savage. Thank you.
We have two items on the agenda today, and we do anticipate that it will take us into the afternoon. My guess is if we might have a lively discussion on at least one of the items today. But before we start, I'd like to offer, if there's anyone in the audience who has any items or anyone on the committee who would like to make a comment on any matters that are not on the agenda. Hearing none, we will move on briefly to the committee calendar. Our next meeting is scheduled for Friday, March 9th, 2012, and we anticipate that we would be bringing the final SB 128 CTE item at that time, that we might have a first draft of the PIW improvements for review, and that we might at that time have an update for the committee on the AB 436 regulations, where we're still waiting for a legal opinion on a couple of elements, and we need to get back to the committee and eventually to the board if there's any changes that have to be made. And so we'll keep you posted on that. And then if there are any other items that are referred to the committee by the board, then we would take those up. So getting our business out of the way early, I want to turn this over to Juan Morales from OPSC to begin the discussion of the SB 128 Lowenthal implementation.
I think most of you received letters or emails from our office telling you that we can accept applications now for modernization projects that include high-performance attributes such as solar panels. So again, I want to remind everybody that again at the beginning of the year, you can submit modernization applications for those purposes. We are accepting at this point. There was a couple of things that are pending from the last meeting that were raised in terms of questions. Staff is still taking a look at these things, and some of those questions were, whether the school site that generated the modernization eligibility, whether the solar panels have to be on that site or a different site. We're taking a look at that kind of questions. We're still reviewing that. Another one that came up is whether the solar panels, if they're fenced off on a school site and they may not necessarily require DSA approval, how does that affect SOP funding? Again, we're looking at that. We're working with the Division of State Architect to try and get clarity for school districts. So just want to let everybody know that we're looking into those things. But in the meantime, if you do have a project, submit it anyway. We're accepting them. So please submit them. I think we all know that we're running low on the remaining bond authority for modernization projects. So if you have one that includes high-performance attributes such as solar panels, please submit them to our office. The other thing that we were discussing as part of SB 128 last time was the addition of some questions that we wanted to add to the project information worksheet that would collect data on renewable energy. Since we are having a discussion about the PIW and the improvements later on, we're going to include that discussion as part of the general PIW discussion. So it's not going to be a separate discussion. We're just going to make it part of that whole general PIW discussion too. So it's not going to be separate. And that's it. With that, I think we're going to continue where we left off. There's a second piece of that bill that we talked about a little bit, but we're going to focus on more in terms of allowing career tech educational projects to receive high-performance grants. So with that, Mr. McCarroll.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning. I'm Jeremy McCarroll. In the interest of refreshing everybody's memory about a topic we talked about briefly a month ago, I'd like to start by describing again how exactly Senate Bill 128 changed the Career Tech Education Facilities Program. SB 128 added language to Education Code Section 17078.72 that did two things. One, it specifically made career tech program projects eligible for the High Performance Incentive Grant. And two, it allows that HPI grant to be awarded above the career tech per project maximum grants. Now, before I begin discussing the options for how to apply the HPI grant to the career tech program, I'd like to recap a few specifics about both career tech and the HPI. The career tech program was created by Proposition 1D in 2006. Bond authority was originally $500 million, and now there is approximately $1.4 million left in authority. It is funded in rounds, not on a monthly basis, like traditional new construction and modernization. The third funding round is currently open, and the State Allocation Board directed OPSC to present funding applications that have already been received by the OPSC to the board as authority returns to the program, and that could be via project rescissions or loan repayments. Career Tech program funding is based on project costs, up to $3 million for Career Tech new construction and $1.5 million for modernization projects. Eligibility requirements for Career Tech do not revolve around unhoused pupils or the age of facilities. Career Tech projects may consist solely of equipment, and districts are required to match state funds 50-50 for both new construction and mod. Now, the High Performance Incentive Grant, also created by Prop 1D, its authority was originally $100 million, and now it's down to about $60.3 million. HPI funding has been allocated to projects funded under programs that use the per-pupil base grant model. That is SFP new construction, modernization, the critically overcrowded schools, charter school facilities, and the overcrowded relief grant. In January 2011, the way HPI funds are allocated changed in kind of a big way. Prior to that, the HPI grant was made up of one element, a grant that was based on a percentage of the per-pupil base grant. Projects would receive HPI points for incorporating green designs and materials into their projects. The greener the project, the more points, the higher percentage increase, and the higher the percentage increase, the more HPI funding. Then in January 2011, the point system was slightly modified, but more than that, a new base incentive grant was established that allocated specific dollar values to projects for reaching specific HPI point thresholds. A new construction project on a new site that receives 27 HPI points receives $150,000 on top of the per-pupil grant increase. And new construction projects on existing sites and modernization projects that receive 20 HPI points receive $250,000 on top of the percentage increase. And one of the handouts, the blue one we provided, just gives a little HPI funding history for both before and after that reg change in January 2011. And with that, we've prepared three options for today's discussion. The first option would apply the existing HPI funding model to the Career Tech program, both the percentage increase and the base incentive grant. Now, since Career Tech is based on costs, not the per-pupil grant, the percentage increase, as we thought of it, would be applied to the Career Tech cost estimate. The second option would apply only the base incentive grant, reach an HPI point total, and no matter how many more points the project may receive above that, the project receives a specified dollar amount. And the third option would apply only the percentage increase, no base incentive grant. And the other handout, multicolored one, has a few hypotheticals. They show what the state funding would look like under the different options, assuming a couple of assumptions, that the Career Tech maximum per project grant is reached, but that only the minimum HPI points are earned. There are a lot of different iterations we could have gone with, but this is the one we chose, hopefully straightforward enough. I'd like to point out, too, that these options are not intended to be exhaustive. We welcome ideas from the committee and the audience. And one last thing, going back to the statement I made earlier about career tech applications currently in-house, pursuant to school facility program regulations, the 73 career tech applications currently in-house at OPSC would not be eligible for any career tech specific HPI grant unless those districts withdrew and resubmitted the applications. And that's with the understanding that the applications have not received board approval yet. The sort of dividing line about what regulations the district is required to follow relates to OPSC submittal date, not board approval date. But as was pointed out last month, that doesn't mean we can't develop a new grant with the thought that these programs may receive more bond funds in the future. And with that, welcome any comments.
Questions or comments from committee members? Okay.
So I understand the concept behind the existing 73 projects not being able to capture this incentive. And I get that. But I think in this day and age, when boy, your place in line is worth gold, I'm wondering how many. I don't anticipate a lot of districts, especially with this fairly small amount, will want to pull their applications off to access this funding. So, are we really doing all we can to try and get schools built using high performance technology? Are we doing our best to get the money out there, or is this just going to be a rule, and those who start projects now in design would, get in line for something that probably will be long time in coming? Is that a good way of putting that? It's not huge money, I get that, but and I'm wondering how many of these 73 would qualify. But I get it. I'm not saying let's change. I'm just putting it out there in terms of I don't see anybody pulling their app out. So that tells me that this is something from here on forward, and at that point, then the 60 point whatever we have left might take a while to go through.
Yeah, and that's a good question. We don't know how many of them would qualify because they would actually have to go back through DSA to be evaluated to see if they generate enough points. So we don't know out of the 73 if any or how many of them would qualify. Again, right now, and this is something that we did consult with legal counsel, and that was the opinion. Now, it doesn't mean that this is based on the prior board's action to keep it open, and that was a discussion before the board. What do? We only have at that point 29 million. Do we open up a new round, or we don't go down the list? The board decided to keep it open, and that is the current action. So any money that comes back in, we have, I think, a little less than $2 million now. That money would be applied to the projects that were submitted as part of the other round. The ones, those that are still on the, they're not really on a list because they haven't gone and been approved by the board. So they did submit applications, and they are waiting for additional funding so that they can be presented to the board for approval.
Do we know, Juan, what the universe of those projects, the 73, how many of them have DSA approval already? They don't have to have DSA approval, right?
No.
And we don't think it's many. Most were asked for a reservation of funds, whereby DSA approval isn't required. So, short answer is we don't know.
So it's potentially the case that if you had a project that was a CTE project that hadn't gone through DSA already, that it could go through DSA and through the high performance incentive grant checking process, and then if there was a way that you could basically get this grant at the end of that process. I'm just trying to think out loud about how this might work in terms of responding to Kathy's comment. Anyway. Okay. Yes.
Jeremy, just, you had a little tag-on sentence at the end about, again, this is the same issue that Kathy's talking about, the 73 applications, and right now they couldn't access it, but you said something at the very end that maybe I didn't catch about you could think about creating something else. I'm not sure whether that was a...
Oh, well,
what, or if staff is thinking about that, or have you, I'm curious about that sentence.
more related to moving forward if there becomes more bond authority in career tech, that, difficult to, well, taking board's direction and the regs together, we haven't thought of a great way to apply this new grant to the apps in-house, but that doesn't mean we couldn't come up with a grant for the future.
Not for these 73 is what you're talking about,
Well,
without them change.
some things might have to change.
Yeah.
Right, I think right now, we could create another option if there was an interest to allow these 73 to get the grant of opening up another filing round. I mean, that's another option that could be brought up before the board. You know, there was a strong interest that the projects that are already have been submitted, that they get this additional grant. Does the board want to open up another filing period and consider the last one closed, which would mean that all of these projects, and any new ones that didn't submit applications in the last one, would have to be submitted and reevaluated by the Department of Education, by OPSC. And whether the board has an interest in doing that, knowing that there is about $2 million in remaining authority. But it could be an option. Again, that's one of the options that would allow these projects that qualify to be able to access any changes that we make to allow them to get the HPI grants. Aside from that grant, that option, we haven't come up with any other ones, unless you guys can think of something else. Please help us.
Okay, well, I have a couple of questions on just, can we look at this table that you did for the HPI grants? Could you, this is good information, I think, and can I just ask a couple of questions about this?
Certainly.
Is this all of the projects that have received HPI funding under the SFP?
HPI approval is yes. Approvals.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
And you've segregated the data by the first two periods of 2002, 2006 criteria, and then the difference is that under 2009, we introduced the BIG, the HPI BIG, right?
Correct.
And we can all reflect on what a great acronym that is. But anyway, and so so the share for, the state share has increased dramatically, right, in every case for those projects. And the right column, new construction, what is the average total state share? Is that the average grant? So is that the average new construction grant plus HPI?
Yes. Yes, it is. So not including site acquisition.
It's the whole world of all new construction grants.
That have received the HPI grant.
That have received HPI. Okay.
Yes.
So it's probably some really big projects and some fairly small ones, or it could be a wide range. Okay.
Yes.
And so then if I look at that in relation to, I'm just trying to understand what would be the most appropriate option for the CTE program if we compared the CTE program average project size to the average project size of the data that's found on the other sheet. And if I look at the three different categories, three different options that you've done there, so the first one, the HPI state share is say for new site, 220,000 is higher. Now it's about half of the 2009 criteria, one for new construction, but Or could we think about doing a proportion, so the average HPI state share as a proportion of the other funds in an average, what would be the proportion, what would be the same proportion if it was applied to the average CTI project?
That's a way to go.
Another option.
Yeah, that would be option 1.1 or so. But yeah, that's certainly an option. And just in interest of pointing out the, total HPI state share on the options handout. I mean, the percentage increase is going to be based on the CTE state share, which is, in the case of new construction, a lot of times going to be far less than a traditional new construction project, since the cap's $3 million. So if, you're not interested in getting that percentage hamstrung for, lack of a better word, by that state grant, then we could discuss modifying that amount. Sure.
Let me do one follow-up first, Dennis. Isn't it the case, though, that in some ways the data for the options on the CTE that you're showing are just indicating that the CTE grant component and the CTE size of the project? Don't many of these projects have an actual larger project size? And my recollection is the actual project size for some of these CTE projects is bigger than just the CTE component of it.
For some, yes.
For some, right?
Yes.
And so we don't have that data particularly, but...
Well, as far as new construction career tech grants that reach the cap, I think we're talking about 20% of projects that came in. Modernization reaching 1.5, I think, was closer to about 10 to 15%. So, still, So, 1 in 5 new construction projects are likely, much bigger than the $6 million
that we see there. Okay.
Yeah.
Dennis?
Well, I'm just trying to get a handle on this. CTE projects typically contain teaching stations, correct? Whether it's new constructions, building new construction, or new teaching stations, or modernizing existing to fit the program that's approved by CDE.
Okay.
Typically, it's my understanding that pretty small, just a couple teaching stations, half a dozen at the most probably. What would happen, and maybe you have included this option in one of these three, but what would happen if you just took those teaching stations that were included in the CTE and loaded them at state standards, 27 students, and figured out what the base grant would be, and then figure out what the percentage increase would be for HPI, and then give that percentage increase to the applicant, but of course not the base grant. You're not housing new students, so you wouldn't get the base grant, but you would get that percentage increase based on the base grant, plus then the either $150,000 or $250,000. So it would be what they would get if the increase that they would get if those teaching stations were loaded.
Up to the cap, right? You couldn't exceed the $3 million or the $1.5 million.
Well, the HPI wouldn't be affected by the cap.
Right, but the loading standards could, depending on the classrooms. If you look at the equivalent base grant amounts, it could exceed the $3 million per project.
Oh, correct, but that wouldn't be a factor. You would just be looking at the increase based on the loading, and that increase would be the HPI, which wouldn't be affected by the cap. You would get the grants that you would get for CTEFP would be the same as they've always been.
Right.
Okay, but only the increase for the HPI would be this increase as if they were loaded.
Right, and under the program, it's typically, the additional grant typically corresponds with the state grant, whether it's a percentage of the base grant. So
Correct.
That's what I'm saying. In this case, it would be exceeding.
Correct, but in this case, the state grant for CTE is based on a construction cost rather than on a per student grant. All I'm saying is you figure out the HPI based on the per student grant, and then you add in the typical CTE construction cost.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, well, can I just try to restate that so I'm making sure I understand? So CTE, new construction project, is adding 3 classrooms to an existing site. The idea being, in order to figure out what the HPI grant is, that's whatever 27 times 3 is.
81.
81, thank you. This is all Excel. I didn't do any of this math by hand. That the existing HPI percentages would be based on those 81 new construction pupils.
Right, 81 times the base grant, and then a percentage increase on that. And then the district would only get the percentage increase. They wouldn't get the base grant.
Got it. If there were classrooms.
Well, aren't they're usually...
They're teaching stations, let's not say. Let's not use the word classroom.
But aren't there usually teaching stations included in CTE projects?
Always. I'm going to go out on a limb.
Well, everything in the school is a
I'm sorry,
teaching
okay.
station.
Pardon me?
Everything in the school is a teaching station.
That's good.
But, the things that come to mind is the, a agricultural facility.
Yeah, a theater with one class.
Yeah, I mean, but, that may be one option where you can quantify that, but there,
Yeah, thank you.
where there are something we could all agree are a teaching station.
I'm just thinking in terms of how the HPI is applied to new construction and modernization outside the CTE, and trying to get a relative percentage or close ratio of the HPI there into the CTE.
Yeah, there maybe, and only since CTE can be equipment only, maybe a caveat.
Yeah.
Well, if it's equipment only, you wouldn't qualify for HPI anyway.
Fair enough.
There's nothing to
You wouldn't
qualify
get the
for.
points.
Yeah.
There is on the CT application a statement by the district as to how many kids the program will accommodate. Now, it could be varied across, 6 periods a day, but there is a number presented on the application, and that may, but that's something also that could be used.
But what comes out of your office on the final letter of approval is how many students are housed in that facility, regardless of...
I don't believe so, because they are not, there's no capacity requirement, so we just describe the project. So there's no need, it's not added capacity to anything in the SFP sense of it, so.
So, Mr. Yeager, would there be any, could we think about, these projects come through CDE, and they are ranked, right? Through a grading or scoring process. In keeping with the spirit of the legislation, would there be any interest in considering adding a component of the ranking process for evaluating projects, that whether or not they were high-performance incentive grant projects, green projects?
Well, the statute defines what the CT application contains, but there could be, maybe there's some flexibility in the regulation, but at a lot of what we see is conceptual early on.
Oh, I see.
So, they could sign a statement saying we intend to be green. So.
Okay. Just trying to think about it from, how can we incentivize and do this? Any other comments? Do we have any comments from the audience members? Got to come up front.
I thought he retired.
Ron Franklin, WLC Architects. I wouldn't be so quick to disavow equipment, because I don't know if you're aware of it, but in community colleges, one of the most growing career fields is green energy and green technology. I can't see why you wouldn't do that in schools. You could have solar panels, or you could have some kind of generation that could generate power and get you the 20 points, and you may be categorically getting rid of it.
But I don't think you would meet the base requirements for the prerequisites in the categories that you need to qualify for HPI.
It's a point well taken, though, by Ron. Although I would have to agree with Dennis, knowing the program like I do, it would be difficult to imagine as a project that you'd meet all the prerequisites under the Green Code and all of the requirements that we now have that would get you to a point where you could be analyzed. And
I'm just saying that there is a possibility they could do that with the equipment at some point in time.
Good point.
Thanks.
I wanted to just go over one other thing, too, unless there's any other comments here for a second. So I think it's important, Jeremy and Juan, when we go back and look at this again and try and determine what might be a preferred option, I do think if we're trying to incentivize high performance, that it's important for us to include some element of the HP BIG. The HP BIG, Base Incentive Grant, is specifically designed to provide for some more incentive, if you will, for districts to participate in the High Performance Schools program, and provides some elements of coverage for costs such as commissioning and upfront costs. And so it strikes me when I look at the table that in terms of your options and what that looks like, maybe I'm not totally sure that the whole grant amount makes sense, the 150, the 250 that we currently have, given this project size. But the other thought is that if the projects still have to go through DSA's HPI review and still have to get 20 points or 27 points, those are projects that really do have a lot of high performance characteristics in them. So it may be the case that the full base incentive grant makes sense. So I don't know, I'm just talking myself into that one, but I do think it's important for us to have one component of what we do for these CTE grants be the base incentive grant, to continue to incentivize and to encourage commissioning and the other kinds of pre-design energy analysis soft costs that are anticipated to be funded out of that.
Okay. Something, I mean, it's one of the options that we have. And again, right now these are all in concept, and like Jeremy said, this isn't an exhaustive list. We are taking a look at all of them. Curious to see if there's any one that's preferred by the committee at this point, or if there are any other ones that the committee would like us to explore.
Okay, hearing a rousing, I'm going to go for option one. That's the largest number. No, just kidding, Juan. But yes, did you have a comment?
Yeah. Thanks, Bill. Yeah, I would be in favor myself of option one because it is a higher amount, even with the size of these projects, and they're small proportionately, but there's still those same costs of commissioning and everything else. And as we know, small projects take just as much work as big projects most of the time. And so anything, I think the intent of the legislation was to get schools to do this. So I would just be in favor of just nudging it up and including both the big and the percentage. That would be my preference. It would help.
Any other comments? So let me, as long as we have the opportunity, let me put Juan on the spot for a second. Juan, I think I'll refer the committee members to page 3. If you look in the middle where it says all options presented and then pro and con, one of the concerns that I know that OPSC has expressed to us is that under the con, there are high-performance systems that are eligible costs under CTFP and receive funding from the HPI grant account. Can you talk just for a minute about how we could address those concerns in coming up with the best option going forward? Thank you.
I think it's one of the concerns that we had was that we are going to be paying for things in the cost estimate, and the same components will be paid for under the big. And how do we not double fund? So one option would be to exclude certain things from the cost estimate if you get the big, or vice versa.
Or the HPI.
Right. And really, we don't have a mechanism to do that, but that is a concern. I think that there may be different ways that we can address that so that we can get the grants and not pay for the same thing under both pots, the cost estimate and the percentage increase or the extra amounts for the, from BIG.
Yes.
Well, I appreciate that level of sort of, parsing it out. I don't understand what the concern would be actually, because isn't that the same thing that you're doing in a new construction project? You're paying for a high-performance HVAC system. It's being paid for out of the new construction. You're getting an extra little nudge under HPI to do it, but in essence, that under that logic, you could delete all the systems because you're saying you're double paying for them. I would think that you'd want, it's that extra, whatever that extra cost is, which we know we can't figure out quite, but I would think that you aren't really double paying for that. I'd double funding it. I don't, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think currently, under the program, there could be high-performance attributes that we pay for in the cost estimate, right? So I mean, the program currently does not disallow these things, so we probably are paying for these things. In addition to that, we're talking about giving districts more money for potentially the same things. And the difference between the CTE program is that it's based on cost estimates. So we have a line item breakdown of certain things that we pay for versus the other programs, which is a per pupil grant amount. It's just a base grant. It's a lump sum. Here you go. It's just how do we mitigate that? I mean, again, we want to give districts money for these to incentivize them to go green and for the cost of the design and materials. If we do that under the one pot and we also pay for it in the cost estimate, is it paying for the same thing? Right now, I think to us it is a concern that we're trying to address, and we're hoping to get some feedback on how do we do that.
Mavon, did you want to offer some?
I'm on the audience, so if you can't.
No, that's fine. I'm sorry. Yes.
I may be missing something here, and maybe I want to be oversimplistic. The base incentive grant, in those 3 words right there, is my incentive to pursue this pot of money or these wonderful sustainable things. The extra that we're all talking about is to help me pay for those things, whether it's new HVAC or solar panels or whatever. So, I mean, I see easily where Lee's going on this, but in my mind, it's kind of 2 separate things. It's just like your mod grant. Here's your grant. You're going to design and build. The base incentive grant is my base to do that type of work. The extras that we're talking about are to help me pay for those things. Is that a little oversimplistic? But that's how I'm interpreting it. Rather than, am I buying my widget out of the base incentive grant, I'm also paying for it out of my percentage increase. I think, in my mind, the base incentive grant was, here's your grant to help you go do this, basically to design something, unless you're talking about equipment. And then the extra percentages for it is to help defer the cost of putting that in.
Good. Again, this, right now we're talking in concepts. We haven't gone in there in the weeds and figured out the details. It appeared to us like it could be a potential problem, but we'll definitely take a closer look to see if it really is. But again, right now it's just talking about concepts of which one we should pursue and then get into the weeds.
Dennis?
Juan, what type of things are you concerned about that are being paid for out of the cost estimate for CTE that might be paid for again out of, what, HPI? What types of things?
Certain materials that are part of the cost estimate. Again, and then this is probably not the big, but the percentage increase that would cover those kind of things.
Okay, Deborah's next.
But with that, I don't think you would be double dipping, as you were saying, and to go with what Lee had said, for an example, if you get, an energy efficient HVAC system, it's oftentimes more expensive than something else. So that's where I would think that this money would be helping you supplant, because you're going to have that system whether or not you're green or not. And same way with materials, we know that those materials are more expensive. And maybe that's just even a more oversimplification, but if that money were available, that would encourage you to do that.
Right, but currently in the program, let's just use the HVAC, the high-performing HVAC system as an example. Right now, under the cost, end of the program, the cost estimate paid for the whole thing, the green one, right? So we would allow a cost for a green, per se, HVAC system. In addition to that, and now I'm talking about just the percentage increase, not the big. The percentage increase, which gives districts an additional bump for these kinds of additional costs, would give a district more money. But we're already paying for the whole thing under the cost estimate. Well, again, we're in conflict. Yes, this is a general example. Again, we haven't gotten into the weeds, but we're looking into whether this is a problem.
And just as he had said earlier, you know that I'm going to think more than 20% go over the cost of construction, but I know as a superintendent or someone trying to build the project, I have $6 million and I'm going to try and get everything that I can. But if I had a little more, I might use it to do the high-performance things, because normally I wouldn't, because I want to put as much as I can into the project. So I think it's just a different way of looking at funding.
Again, give us an opportunity to look further into this. Right now, we're just talking in concepts, so let's have staff take another look at do some more analysis and compare actual projects to see if it really is a problem.
Yes, Lee?
Not to beat it to death, but to go ahead and do it. I think that, again, the intent of the legislation is to get school districts to do this. And it's exactly right what Deborah said. If I'm going to get the high-efficiency system and I get that extra little bump, it's going to allow me to do one more green thing. It's just one more thing, and it just makes the project that much better. We're all working within limited budgets. It's not paying for everything. So whatever cost estimate you see that on the sheet, and then that we had to forego something else to get that in. So to make it more green, to make the project a better project, just get more points and all of that stuff, that just makes sense to me, instead of limiting it and just that extra little nudge. We're not talking about very much. Right. I mean, on these examples, it's like $70,000, something like that, the biggest one.
Thank you. We have comments from the audience.
Hi, Mayvon Garrity with Senator Lowenthal's office. There might be some subtleties to the conversation here that I'm not aware of. I think we have to be concerned with the term double funding or double dipping, because if it's based on cost estimates, what I envision happening is that, yes, there will be things that were part of the $3 million cap for the CTE that will now shift into high performance. So it's going to free up more room under their cap to do other things. And that's the way the legislation's written. I don't think it's up to the regulation or the implementation of that to limit that. I think that, if the legislature was concerned about that we're going to free up money within that cap and shift it over here, they would have addressed it. They didn't. I think that's fine. That's part of the incentive, that your higher level HVAC system can now be paid for through HPI. So now I've got another, whatever it is, $200,000 to work with to do other things in that project, potentially, that I wanted to do. So I'm concerned with us going beyond the law by setting, artificial limits, because it seems to me that what we're discussing here is a concern about supplanting. And I think that was, it was, supplanting was not addressed in the legislation. It is not, it's not intended to be taken care of through the regulation. I'm losing my train of thought here. So I guess that's it. Just being able to if we free up funds here under this cap and they end up getting shifted over here, fine. If it's a matter, double funding only happens if OPSC, if the district puts their HVAC system in both categories. And to me, that's not legal, that's double funding, and that should be, the district shouldn't do it in the first place, and OPSC should catch it when they're looking at cost estimates. Okay, that's it for now. I still haven't gotten that other thought back, but I'll let it go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rohr's here from CHIPS.
Good morning. Bill Orr with the Collaborative for High Performance Schools, and I'd just like to rewind the clock for a minute to the rationale that went into the current system that's in the regulations with the base incentive grant and the formula. And I think just keep it simple and keep it high level. I think I've been hearing what that original rationale was, which is the base incentive grant was to encourage school districts to do this and to provide certainty about how much money they were going to get. If you think back prior to the current regs, you didn't know going in whether you were going to get $7,000 or $150,000. And so I think providing that certainty and that incentive to do this was what the base incentive grant was intended for. And then the formula was to do more. And we've heard both of those concepts, and I really think it's that simple. So.
And that would be option, as Juan said, that's option one.
We would support option one.
All right, good. Any other comments from the audience? Teresa, you have anything to say to add to the discussion? Okay, thank you. All right, so wrapping this up, we want to go back, and I think we've heard some of the concerns. We have a pretty good idea of what some of the parameters and some of the issues are, so we'll be prepared to bring back a draft proposal for the March meeting. And so, Jeremy, we'll be looking for you then. Thank you. Okay. So can we take is it okay to take a 5-minute break? Yes. All right. And then we'll start.
Yes. Tell me how this is going to work. School district fills out the paperwork. They get the CT letter from and score. They have no scoring done by DSA and won't have it until they get the DSA plan. They're getting a reservation today. Yeah.
Who are we missing? Yeah, the AC. It did kick in. Okay, welcome back, everybody. And we are going to take up item 2 on the agenda, which is improvements to the project information worksheet. And we were charged by the board through the chair at the last meeting to review improvements to the project information worksheet, specifically making the PIW more streamlined and easier to fill out, potentially looking at changing submissions. Specifically, reference was removing the second submittal requirement and looking at any additions to the form. And so I think Hannah might have sent everyone a copy of the chair's transcript remarks. Is that right? Yes? No? Okay. All right. So I just want to start out, and before we get going, Juan and I are going to just briefly talk about where we are with the project information worksheet. I think that we've heard since I was on the implementation committee representing CASH at the time the PIW was first brought forward, and we had a pretty lively discussion at that time. I think that where I am is someone who really spends a lot of my time thinking about school facilities in California is that we have a deep void in data in our state, that we do not have a clue what schools are out there, what buildings are out there, what kind of condition those buildings are in, what work needs to be done, whether they're educationally appropriate, what it would take to make them appropriate, what our needs are as a state. And so I hope that as we go forward and continue to work on ways that we get data, that we continue to remember that in order for us to advocate for funding and to advocate for a bond and to show the need for new funding, we need to have accurate data, and we need to have an agreement about how we collect it, and we need to have an agreement about how we analyze it and use it to help the state of California and all of our local districts and county offices make wise decisions about our schools in the state. And so I guess when I first, I've seen a number of letters that basically say, get rid of the PIW. That's not happening, folks, okay? That is not what we're here to discuss.
Yeah, we'll second that.
Okay, thanks, Gary. We are here to talk about how we do a better job of gathering data, and then how we do a better job of analyzing and using the data to inform our discussions about the school facilities program. Juan?
And we realize that there's a lot of interest, passion in this field in terms of the PIW. And just, for those of you that aren't familiar with the PIW and how it was developed, I'm going to give just a very brief high-level overview. Back in 2006, the State Allocation Board approved regulations to implement AB 127. And specifically for our issue today, there was two things that the regulations did. One is it provided increases for elementary and middle school pupil grants of 7%, and for high school pupils it was a 4% increase. The second part was that it also included language in there to adjust the grants up to 6% of an increase that corresponded to the cost to build schools. And the bill at that point also included some language in terms of an analysis to determine those costs. Well, when those regulations got submitted to the Office of Administrative Law, they informed us that we needed to have the analysis. We needed to have something else instead of just having the regs. So we withdrew the regulations, and then we started a whole series of meetings with the stakeholders, with the IMP, and various other interested parties to develop and shape the project information worksheet. In 2007, September 2007, what was finally presented to the State Allocation Board was a worksheet for that original intended purpose, but there was also two other things that was added on that the board approved, which was not just to determine the cost to build schools for purposes of adjusting grants, but also for bond accountability and to study the status of the bid climate. Again, that was what was presented at the State Allocation Board. That's what the State Allocation Board approved, and that's what we have today. There were some modifications later on that we added some information in terms of capturing data for high-performance incentive grants, but that's what we have. And as Bill mentioned, and you know, we are aware that there's some letters about just doing away with the PIW that were submitted to the chair of the State Allocation Board. But right now, our charge is to try and make it, to improve it, to streamline it. That's what the board asked us to do. That's what we're here to try and get input. And we want to do sort of a background piece for those of you that aren't familiar with just how do you fill it out. So staff's going to go through and we're going to go online so that you can see just exactly what it is when a person from the district is filling it out to, again, go through it and get as much input as we can so that we can make it easier, so we can streamline it and improve it as the board asked us to do.
Thank you, Juan. And before we start, if people in the audience want to see the screen, you're welcome to come up here and sit in the chairs up in front here at the witness table or move over to the other side. Can you see over there at all? There's plenty of room up here. We have some beanbag chairs, Ron. Okay, and so Hannah O'Connell from the Office of Public School Construction and Brian Odell from the Office of Public School Construction are going to frame this topic, walk us through the PIW and where it resides, and also I hope you're going to show us where on the website all the currently filled out PIW forms are for those data nerds that are out there. Thank you. Brian, do you want to start?
Yes, thank you. Brian Odell, Office of Public School Construction. I'm going to speak to just a little bit about some of the things that are in the item to help frame the discussion, and then Hannah is going to be showing where PIWs have, I think for several years now, people have been able to view them and also walk through how to complete one of the PIWs online. As was mentioned at the January State Allocation Board, OPSC was directed to take this topic to the implementation committee and talk about revising the form, obtain feedback. And so if we look on page 9 of the agenda today, there's a table that lists the information, most of it, some of it's been categorized so it wouldn't be 5 pages long, but most of the information that's captured on the PIW and then compares to whether that information is captured on other forms that districts fill out to obtain state approval for the projects. As we can see, there is some overlap. And then if we look on page 10 under areas of improvement, this is just some of the things that we've heard over the years about concerns with the PIW. It includes time consuming to complete. There's number of times that districts are required to fill out a PIW for the same project, and the fact that PIW, the real-world project scope, could involve new construction and modernization of funding, but the PIW only focuses on just the new construction, so how do you break that out? So some of the difficulties that districts have had with trying to do that to report accurate information. Again, some have noted the fact that some of this information is already collected on other OPSC forms, and some confusion with some of the questions about what really the form is trying to get at, what information is really trying to be captured on the form. So some of the proposed changes, and again, this is just to start the discussion. We welcome more. Reducing the number of the information requested in the project funding section to just the state apportionment alone The purpose of capturing all that information, which we capture on the 5004 and the funding shell and other places, was to make sure that when a district submits the PIW, we're talking about the right project, that there isn't a clerical error with just that they're reporting it for a separate project if they have 5 or 6 ongoing at the same time. So the thought is, well, if we just tailor it down and maybe just capture the state apportionment, that would be less information, but still allow us a check to make sure we're gathering the right information. Additionally, reorganize the project cost section so that it more closely follows the 5006 format districts are already using and might be able to complete it more quickly. Add a text field to the project information so that we're able to capture other categories. Now it's just other, square footage and other components there, but being able to break that out. Have some auto calcs built in so that if you put it automatically totals up some of the information that's already being entered. And also adding questions related to the renewable energy systems that we talked about last IMP. This would be part of that as well. So with that in mind, Hannah's going to take us to show us where the public can view completed PIWs and also walk us through an example of one using a test database.
Hi there. First, I'm going to show you how to navigate to the bond accountability website from our OPSC page. There's the top of the page. Down here on these bars, there's the bar that says bond accountability. And if we open that up and click on that first link, this will take us to the bond accountability site. It's a little bit of a navigation to get here, so I apologize for that. In order to find the completed PIWs, you would come down here and click on K-12 education. And then on this page, you come over here to this bond accountability, and it gives you the front end, in progress, or follow-up. I'm just going to choose in progress. I think you can click on any of those to get to the same place. On this page, then, you scroll down to the bottom, and it gives you this search feature. So what we would want to do is you can select a single bond source, or you can select all. You can select all the counties and all the districts, or you can narrow it down by county, by district, by zip code, legislative district. But I'm just going to go for all. When we get to here, it's going to have all of these different application numbers, and of course we only have PIWs right now for new construction. We don't even have PIWs for all of the new construction because some of them were done before we had the PIW requirement. But
so why are there modernization ones listed? Can you let everybody know?
This is a bond accountability website. It's not a PIW website.
No PIW shown on there.
Right.
That's right. Okay.
Right. Yeah. So then it's a question of selecting one that happens to have a PIW. And what it does is if it does have a PIW, it'll show it here in this area. And there's the link to the PIW. Just to make one point clear, this is not all PIWs. This is only going to be the most recently submitted and approved PIW for a given project. So if a project has 3 PIWs on file, it will only be the most recently submitted and approved. If the project has submitted a PIW but it hasn't yet been reviewed and approved by OPSC staff, it's not going to be on this website either.
Can you give us just a brief idea, or I'm not sure who does it, but what does approve mean?
When the PIW comes into us, we go in and we open it up and we look through. There's just a limited number of the data fields that we will look at, and we will either verify it against the information in our eligibility system so that we can make sure, for instance, we're talking about the same project by comparing the project funding. If the state funding amount is different, we'll need to know why. It could be that there's some confusion and the district is reporting data for the wrong project. So we'll be checking that. We'll be checking to see that the number of classrooms reported is relatively close. Again, it's just to make sure that the correct information is being repeated or reported, and if there's a discrepancy, we'll call the district And if the district says, well, no, the project was actually increased and there was this many, or decreased and there was this many, then we say, okay, great, as long as you can verify that,
So
we're fine, but we check.
Right, and you'd use the 5004, basically, as your primary tool for checking, or whatever?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the primary tool for checking. The other thing we check is that some of the internal calculations are correct. At one point, there was a field that was not automatically summed. It now is automatically summed, so I imagine that the PIWs coming in now don't have the problems that they had then. But we'll just,
So you do a basic review to make sure it's the right project, and they're talking about the same funding, and that some of the basic numbers are adding up correctly if there are still...
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
if there's a big discrepancy, we call the district to find out why. Sometimes it's because things have changed. Sometimes it's because of a little clerical error. So here we have a project information worksheet that was submitted. Looks like this one is from April of last year for a New Haven Unified project in Alameda County. And you can see it's just all of the information that the district fills out is populated into this form, which is not what the district sees when they're filling it out. It's just there. Does anybody have any questions about this part? It's not what the district sees.
What she's saying is that when you're filling it out, you don't see the completed form in front of you. It's just like filling out a hotel reservation form online, or a DMV form online. You don't see the completed form while you're filling it out.
But you can view it.
But she's going to get to that part in a second, so... Yeah.
Is there a way to print out a blank form so the district can, or, someone that is working with the district can sit down and fill all this information, and before they sit down and go through because, I've gone through one of these, and it takes a couple days, so, you have to try and get in there, and then you have to go and research some stuff and get some information, and then you have to come back and get back in, and it would be much easier if you had a blank form to fill out.
I don't know if there is a place where you can get one just by going to our website right now. That capability was removed because when we went to only accepting the online submittal of the PIW, we found we had to do that. Otherwise, people weren't submitting them online. And of course, when the district fills out a paper one and sends it in to us, and then we do the data entry, there's a lot more opportunity for error.
Well, but I will accept your comment as something that we could think about. Some of us have not grown up in the digital age. I come from way back, and one of the things that we do is we take a little piece of paper and prepare a dummy beforehand, so I make sure I have all the right answers, then go online and do it. So why don't we note that as something to think about? Okay. Yes. More to come.
We go through this.
Yeah.
Okay, I know that, I do recall going through this.
How could you not?
I know. Now, if it is, the information is gathered just to see what the grant increases should be, correct? Or if there should be a grant increase. Is that it?
That's one of the purposes.
One of the purposes, okay. If you have, okay, to me, I think it could be very simplified, because I see some problems with this whole process.
Yeah, but why don't let's go through the whole process,
Okay.
and then we're going to have the plan here for the rest of the day, after we fill out the form and show people how it works online, then we're going to accept comments. We've got an easel and a flip chart, and we'll go ahead and review comments and go through that process, okay?
And I'll be showing everybody how to get to the completed version of a PIW when a PIW is submitted. And also, in the meantime, should anybody need a blank copy, I'm sure you could contact us and we could get you one.
We have black market copies. All right. Some of this actually saved
Okay. So that's how you would find one that has been completed. And this is, of course, anybody in the public can go in and look them up if they ever have a question. Now, where did my, this is interesting.
I think it's another instance, it's a new window.
Yeah, I was actually going to, I was actually going to navigate away from this. Yeah.
Brian, while she does that, Brian,
There we go.
how many completed PIWs are available in the bond accountability website?
I think we have around, well over 600. I don't know the exact number. It changes every day.
There we go.
And they're new construction projects.
Mhm.
Okay, so we have a database of existing PIWs of over 600 projects. Did you have a comment on that? You can't hear? Oh. You can't hear, I'm sorry. You guys are killing me. Yeah, okay. Brian?
Yeah, so there's over 600. They're new construct, and those are the ones that are approved. We have many more. We're still processing, but that's where we're at today, as of about 2 weeks ago.
Thank you.
Those are the ones that are approved
On
for
that-
projects that have received apportionment since 2008.
Right.
So, wait, say that again? This database includes?
The ones that we work with for our purposes are those that have received an apportionment since 2008. We have more than that in our database.
So all of them would be in where you just took us, right? All of the PIWs are there on the bond accountability website.
All of the ones that have been approved, yeah.
Okay.
And there's more than 600 because when we talk about that 600, that's the ones that have received an apportionment from the SAB since January 1st, 2008.
Gotcha, okay.
There are others that received their apportionments before then.
Question on this topic?
Just quick question, out of those that have been submitted and approved, is there a process set up to spot check those, to go to the district and look at the information, interview them, just to get an idea of the accuracy of the ones that have been submitted?
Yeah, that's the process that Hannah was talking about. When it has that approval status, that's what's done, is to look at some of the main areas to make sure that, the square footage amounts and all that are adding up.
But that's only of your internal documents. It's not going to the district to verify. I mean, one of the biggest complaints that I've heard, or I guess areas of inaccuracies, is that school districts only, they're only required to document their 50% of the match, and so there's no incentive to add additional costs if they have indeed incurred additional costs. And I guess my question is, has there been any way of looking at that and going out to the district and asking those questions to try and ascertain if there were additional costs or not?
Right now, we don't.
That's
We don't
simple.
go
You
to the
check it
district.
against the 5006, the final cost. Come on, then.
Can we finish the presentation before I was expecting that?
Okay.
So if you're going in to complete a PIW, you would come to this page, enter your district code, and, your password to log in. Most passwords are not as long as that one is. So from here, if you were entering a new project information worksheet, you would fill in the rest of the code here. There's a drop-down menu for the
Project type identifier.
Thank you, project type identifier, and then, of course, you'd fill in the rest of it. But in this case, I did already start one for...
That's mine up above Ziggy High School.
Yeah. Mine is Anywhere Junior High. I'm a little more plebeian. So the first section that you would fill out, just with some basic information, some of these fields will already be populated. The school district field will, the county field will. These yellow fields need to be filled in, and if you were to try to submit it without a required field, it'll tell you what's missing and highlight it in pink. So if you ever need to know exactly which fields you have to fill out, you could try to submit it before you do anything else, and it'll show you in pink which fields are required. So couldn't do that, so I'll put my name back in. except I can't type. I never promised you a rose garden. No, I don't. So then it comes to this next field, and this one is where you're entering the project funding information. This is one of the places that we check. We check to see that this figure in 2A matches what we say we gave you. Sometimes if you have multiple funding application sources for a single site, you can use more than one application number, and in that instance, we would add the funding for the two applications together to see if that matched.
You wouldn't do two PIWs? Is that what you're saying?
No, there's still two PIWs required, but you can use combined information so that you're filling both out with the same information. That is the way that it currently works. That might be a potential area for improvement.
Process improvement.
So in this case, I filled it partially out, but when I try to save and proceed, it's going to tell me there's something missing. It's the interest. And in this case, we didn't have any interest.
Hannah, can you just highlight one of the question marks just to show folks?
Oh, right. So if you want to know what to fill out, there's a little question mark. And there's one for every question. So that'll bring up the instructions for that particular question right there. That way you don't have to try to cross-reference from one document to another or sit there with the paper instructions in front of you and try to figure out where you're at. It does make it a lot easier.
And just, again, folks, this is one area. The instructions is one thing that we really want to focus on, too, in terms of clarifying, make it easier so people know exactly what they're supposed to submit. So it's not just the actual form, but the instructions, too, that we're trying to improve.
Yeah. So, again, here we need to enter something, and we didn't have any interest on this project. So we're going to do that. We're going to say that's actually no interest. And we'll go on to the next field.
So back up. I'm sorry. Total district match?
Total.
What is the description under the question mark there?
Enter the total amount of the district match for this project. Do not include any funds received for financial hardship. This should be the amount listed as cash contribution under the district share field in the project financing section of the SAB approved funding item.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not actual.
Yeah. And then this right here, enter the amount of additional local funds beyond the district's match. So hopefully we're catching that information. We'd like to catch that information.
I think that we've identified that's one of the areas of concern.
Yeah. So then another of everybody's favorite parts is the project cost section. Anything that's in this column right here doesn't add up into this auto sum right down here. So all of the figures on this side are not included in the sum at the bottom. So that means that your site acquisition costs, we ask for them, but they're not included in the total project cost down here. The accepted base bid, of course, is a imaginary figure, if you will. It's not what you actually paid. It's the accepted base bid. So we're asking for that, but we're recognizing that that's not part of your total. It's your actual costs that are part of the total.
Yes, Dennis?
Well, I just want to, another one of the issues is in the site development contracts. Is that only if you have a separate contract for the site development? If you have one contract that includes site development and building, is it all included in one? Because otherwise it would be impossible to, or very difficult to break that out.
No, it's asking you to break it out as best as you can. The total amount of site development costs in the contracts. So, yeah, it is asking you to try and separate those out.
And those add up to, why don't you show them how they add up to the 2
Yeah.
feet?
So these figures in these three columns, the total of these three figures is what would be reported here in the total construction cost. And this is one of the fields that now automatically sums. It didn't when it first started, so this was one of the things we always had to check for the incoming ones. But if we remove that, it should
You got to put a number in it, though.
It's going to tell us we have to have it, but it true to give you this figure here, and for some reason it works in mysterious ways, and sometimes I can get it to do it immediately and sometimes I can't. So
can you go back up just a second? And so right up in there, so I guess what I'm trying to understand, the accepted base bid amount and the alternate amount don't figure into the calculations in any way of the total construction cost.
that is correct.
Okay. Okay. So. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, nothing in this row does, but these three figures here add up to make this figure, which then is included in the total project cost. And this, again, is one of the areas where we have had people tell us it would be easier to fill this out if it were formatted more closely to the questions that we ask on the 5006. That's feedback that we've gotten from a lot of people who are filling out the forms. The next section is the joint use section.
Wait. Go back. Okay, so can you go down through the soft costs and the rest of that? Sorry.
Oh, sure. Then it asks for soft costs. Estimated remaining project costs not yet contracted.
But those are not soft costs?
Those are hard costs.
Those are meant to be additional construction costs? Okay.
And then construction management fees, general conditions if applicable, contingency, furniture and equipment.
And then the bottom total project cost, what does that add up?
But that is the sum of fields 2C, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 above.
Okay. Yeah, question.
If the intent is to get an idea of the actual cost of projects, why is there a line for contingency? Because that goes away at the end of the project. There is no contingency at the end of the project. You know.
Let's go through. I agree. I think we should go through this.
Yeah, let's finish up. It's a good comment. I've had the same question, actually. In the beginning, there would be a number. The last report, there'd be zero. All right, moving right along.
So the next section is the joint use section. You would only fill this out if you had joint use. If you click no, it's not going to make you answer anything else. If you were to click yes and try to go, it would tell you you had to fill out these particular areas. But we don't have any joint use, so we're not worried about it. Yes?
When you mean joint use, it's not joint use program, right? It's just joint use in a larger sense of the word?
No, it's joint use application number that begins with a 52.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's different.
Yeah.
But this would be a common area where you would often have a joint use project as part of another project, too, right?
Yeah, because we don't require the PIW for a joint use project by itself. This would only be if you had a new construction project that also had a joint use project occurring with it.
A state-funded
Yes.
program.
Yes. Yes. So now we have the project information section. On the PIW form that's filled out, this and the next section all come on that same second page. It's too much to fit into one screen, so they break it into project information and project information continue. So this is project information. This is where you fill out the facilities, the type of construction, and the square footage. Yes. It gives you 3 options, and you select.
So the 3 classroom options, that would be if you did do all 3 of those, you've got 3 spots to mark. How many classrooms were modular, how many was permanent, how many were portable?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. And again, we've got these, if you have questions about what each type is, it's got the little question mark. There are sometimes some confusion, because in some cases we're asking for buildings, and in some cases we're asking for numbers. So for classrooms, this 4 would indicate that there are 4 classrooms, not that there are 4 classroom buildings. But if you were looking at restroom, it's restroom building. So theoretically, this would not be the number of restrooms, and it would not be restrooms included in another structure. It would be a separate restroom building.
Can I clarify? So if I checked 4 classrooms above, and they have a restroom attached to it, I'm not going to check the bottom restroom building because it's not a standalone? So this is a truly standalone restroom building?
Yeah, and that's one of the areas that we've identified as a good place to do some clarification and some improvement.
Bill, just a real quick question. Is it possible to get these question mark boxes in text so we can review them and see them? I think it would be really helpful for the conversation to understand.
Yes. I mean, they're
I think we're all guessing as to what we think kitchen means, or, you know, I'm just looking at the screen.
Right.
I think it'd be helpful to know what you're envisioning the answer to be, or what the scope of the answer to be.
and I don't know whether or
for this
not the
conversation.
instructions detail these or not. It's been a long time since I've looked at the instructions.
We can put them together in text.
But we
and
don't
review
have,
them.
I know that we have a text document that includes all of
we do
these
have it.
pop-ups. We do have that in a text format, and we can
Yeah, we can bring
certainly
that next time.
make that available. So when you go through and you fill this out, put in the square footage, it sums it down here at the bottom. It gives you extra columns in case there's a change from when you had your plans approved by DSA. If you end up reducing this or eliminating the administration support facilities later on in the project, then the next column over you'd fill out and leave that off or put in the change number. Pardon? Yeah, apologize for this size of the screen. Yeah. So.
The total square footage down at the bottom, do you check to see that that is the same as the total square footage for the project? The reason I'm asking is that, you know, there's the other category, there's a whole lot of stuff that goes into other category. You've got corridors, you've got janitors' rooms, you've got, you know, all kinds of different things, mechanical rooms and that. So if you want it to truly match up, you would just take the sum of the other ones and subtract it from the total. But, I mean, that's not an accurate.
Let's talk about this when we get into the comment section, okay? The improvement section, so we can make sure to capture it.
This is an auto sum right here of the everything in this column. So this figure is the sum of the things above it. Other than that, I don't know that we have anything to check it against. Once you fill out that and you move on to the next section, this is the rest of the information fields that are on that second page of the PIW. This asks you, and this is a section that I left unfilled, so let me get my filler.
I mean, you have a worksheet that you filled out ahead of time?
No, I didn't have a real project to work from, so I borrowed somebody else's.
He just made it up.
So when we get to this section, your first question is project type, which is not too confusing. It's a drop-down menu. And one of the things that we know we need to do to improve this is to not have it default at new school, because if somebody forgets to fill it out and it's not a new school, that field would then not be accurate. So you select your type. School type is, again, defaults at elementary school, so we need to make this a field that you must go in and and select.
Click other, do you, can you write in what it is? For example, I have a 612 high school. So,
no.
It's just, so you won't even know what it is unless you look at the...
But there's an area where you would indicate the grades served on the right-hand side of the form that she's going to get to in a sec, so you'd be able to handle that there.
Yeah, there is that part. So in this case, this is anywhere junior high, which means it's a middle school. And what we're going to do then is we're going to look at what does it make me fill out. So I go save and proceed next. It tells me there's all these fields missing, and it highlights them in pink for me. So I need a master plan site capacity. So I'm going to fill that out. And it says square footage of parking structure if applicable. We don't have a parking structure. The net usable site size in acres, so that's 6 acres.
And when we get into the conversation, the issue of the number of students served versus the master plan site capacity, when you start to looking at analyzing the data, we're going to have to figure out how those two relate.
Right, because they're not a one-to-one ratio.
And there's a whole other piece, which is the number of pupil grants that were used to get the funds. So there's the master plan site capacity, and there's the actual number of students served by the school. So it's like... Anyway, sorry. Okay, keep going.
And those are all relationships in information that are worth looking at.
So you're
But complicated.
you're filling out the grade levels now?
Right, yeah. This part I actually am not required to fill out, but I'm going to go ahead and put that in right now. It's a middle school. We've got 7th and 8th grades. This is going to serve 468 pupils per grade. We come in here to the square footage. This is an area where we would like to update the form so that this is automatically calculated from the information you filled out on the previous screen, so that we already know from the previous screen what the answer should be here. Why have you guys fill it out when we could have it automatically populate?
Okay.
And you're hoping that matches what's on the DSA.
We do. We hope that.
How often does that happen?
I don't compare them, so I don't have the answer for that for you. It wouldn't necessarily always match, though, because there may be other plan sets that are included in the project but that receive no state funding. So, there's good reasons why it might not match. So we're going to go ahead and fill this out. 23694. This was a big project, all permanent construction, just the way we want them. Okay, we're going to estimate the square footage. The total building cost per square foot, what we're asking for is the total construction cost from that second project cost section divided by the total square footage. That is what we're saying should be in this total building cost per square foot. So in this case, that ended up being
wrong.
763.
We're going to need to do some improvements on this, because that's really just a funding-related total project cost, not the actual project cost, the way it's set up. The way you're asking the question is... Anyway, let's keep moving.
I'm just telling you what it is. It's not a value judgment.
I know, no, that's fine. I didn't realize that was what was behind
that's what our instructions currently ask for.
Okay, and that needs work.
That could be automatically calculated.
Yes,
easily.
exactly. We could take the fields that we want, we could take the costs that we want to be included in that, whether it ends up being everything or not, and divide that. It would work. So we do that, we save and proceed, and I've forgotten something. There. Can't just fill out that first one, have to fill out the second one. So 763. And then the third page of the PIW, which again everybody loves, and the only required fields on this one Well,
And this is related to bid climate, is that right?
that's correct. So it does require you to fill out 1 and 2, also 5 and 6, and
So
8.
What are 1 and 2? Number of bidders and,
Number of bidders and the date that the bids opened.
okay.
And those are the only two requirements on that page?
No, also, question number 5, did the contract include any facilities or construction costs not yet identified? Was the project modified due to cost?
So this is after you open bids to make that decision if you're going to modify. Is this after bid opening then?
This would be when you'd submit this for your fund release, so you'd already have a contract with more than 50%, right?
Yes. Yes. Number 8, were there any local requirements that SAD doesn't fund?
Well, and so we're asking to.
And did you reuse plans? Currently, for anything where you have an other, the only place to fill out that information is in this field. We would definitely like to make every other have a field that you can describe the other. So, okay. Okay, once you've completed it, you submit. And once you've submitted it, you get this confirmation page that you print out to send in with your fund release or with your expenditure report. And you can also, we don't need you to send it in, but you can also click on this page 5 to 7 PDF, and you get your project information worksheet all populated with the information you filled in. This is where you can print it and save a copy for your records.
So, Hannah, can you, how do I get to the high performance incentive grant page to fill that out?
You wait until we put it up.
Okay, so. Do you want to comment on that, Mr. Morales?
It's something that we're going to add. We're working on adding it online, and that's another section that we're also looking to improve, and we're also going to be adding new information as a result of SB 128. So it's not online right now.
So if I'm a modernization district and I'm required to fill out the PIW because of a high-performance grant, I just fill it out by hand? Now?
You wouldn't,
I'm just asking.
you wouldn't have reached the point where you are required to fill one out yet, and we hope to have this available online before that happens. Right now, there are projects like that in the queue, but none of them are at the point of getting a fund release
None have
yet.
have gotten fund releases. I see
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So our staff is working on getting that up. We just keep getting slammed with lots of things to do.
Looks like improvements to the PIW? Okay.
So we have the sheet. Are we going to go through this at all, or?
Yes, we are, actually. But I got a couple other things in mind here for it. So you've taken this online to fill out the form. You've gotten the form here, so this can be printed out. And then people submit this now. What are the submission dates right now, the milestones where you submit the PIW under the current program regulations?
Currently, this PIW is required when you come in for your fund release, at which point you may have your project may only be 50% under contract. That's a lot of the reason why it asks for those kind of speculative amounts, because it's asking you what you're expecting to spend on the project before you've spent it yet at that point. Then you submit it with your first expenditure report, which is due a year after your fund release. And at that point, some projects are complete or near complete, and some are still early on. But then we also require it with the final expenditure report, which would either be when you're coming in at 100% complete or when you've hit your 3 or 4 year mark. And by that point, your project is either complete or it's very, very close to complete, and you should have finalized expenditures.
Okay. So why don't can we go now to the high performance page, which is in the agenda packets that you have, and it's page 15. You want to walk us through this one, or Brian or Hannah, whoever wants to do it?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. On page 15, high performance incentive grant information, and so this was part of the revisions in 2010 that the board approved. First one, is this a financial hardship project? Yes or no? And this, I'll just go through them. We'll talk about why they're there later.
Actually, why don't you just sort of talk about why they're there as you go?
Okay.
Is that okay?
As best I know.
Thank you.
The modernization projects, currently, if they have the HPI, they fill out this part, and the other parts of the forms are not required to fill out, depending. And so that question is asked earlier, but that's for the new construction. Mods wouldn't fill that part out, so it's not that they're answering the same question twice. They're just different parts of the form have different questions. So first ask for whether it's a financial hardship project or not.
Why would that be? Why would we be asking that in terms of high performance incentive grants?
This one is only filled out for modernization projects. They don't fill out the rest of the PIWs. I mean, the section of the PIWs for new construction. So this back page is only applicable for, could be only applicable for modernization projects. So they don't have to go through the rest of the form, if that makes sense.
Well, maybe Mr. LaPaz can shed some light on this.
Specifically on the, on that?
Yeah, I'm just, and you can help with the presentation too, but if you need to, that'd be great. I'm just trying to understand why, so what you're saying is that if someone is, right now, the way this is set up, and when it goes online, I'm just trying to understand. If you have a modernization, you would only fill out this page?
Yes, that's correct.
But how do you get the information about the project and school and number and all that stuff?
Well, there's...
I mean, okay, never mind.
I see what you're saying. I'm sorry. You would have to fill out the information, the very first
page.
The very first section of the first page about the project information, as well as the last page about the particulars of the HPI grant.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so I think Brian left off there at the second question. The second question is asking the number of high-performance rating criteria. Oh. I think that's just a general question we ask about all the projects.
Okay.
It would mean that it was not just the state share. The state share was paying, the state was paying the state in the district match of the HPI grant. That's a standard question we usually ask about just about any project.
Okay.
Could be used to identify that we have the right project too, because we're not identifying it earlier. So that if you look at the other questions later on, that kind of speaks to that as well.
Brian, do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Brian LaPaz with the Office of Public School Construction. Sorry.
And are you involved in the high performance incentive grant program?
I've been known to dabble a little. Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. In college. The second question is related to the number of high-performance rating criteria points that are obtained in the DSA review. When high-performance projects are submitted to OPSC, they come in on a scorecard that's provided by DSA, and that is the number that will go into that section. The next couple questions are related to the project cost of the overall project as well as the HPI grant. We asked for the total state apportionment for the entire project, and then the share of it that is related to HPI, and then the district match and the district match related to HPI. The next the next section, I'll start with just the fifth section, number 5. What we were trying to attain with this was to take a look at the difference between standard components and high-performance components. And I remember talking about this at great length during implementation of this form. And basically what we're trying to take a look at is, so for example, if you install an HVAC system that is not high-performing, how much more would it cost to install one that is high-performing? And that's really what we're looking at in this section here, is the difference between those types of things. So
who would generate that?
Well, it typically is going to be generated during the design process. And you would use a consultant who would give you options for of different systems for the first cost, for the life cycle cost, and for the estimated savings. One of the best state programs that we've ever had that is currently on hold was the Bright Schools program from the California Energy Commission, where they provided up to $30,000 in technical grants to do just this, to provide that information for school districts on their projects. But it would typically be your energy analysis, your component, your mechanical engineers would be doing this.
Savings by design is that?
No, that's a little different.
The section below that is soft cost differentials, and that could be things like commissioning or other soft costs related strictly to the high-performance components in the project. So we heard during our stakeholder meetings, when, our work group meetings we were working on as the implementation of all the regulation changes we did, that there's feasibility studies and other things that are required when you're doing high-performing components versus if you're not. So that's what we're looking at in that section.
Okay, go ahead.
And on both 5 and 6, you may have as many as 20, 30 different items there. Is this expandable in the form?
Not currently.
So do you put in, it will be, so you want all the elements in there? And this came up before, but how do you quantify something like daylighting, windows, skylights?
Well, the best way that I know as a former owner is when I get the ad service request from the architect that contains all of the engineering costs and requirements to do my high-performance school, and those would be what I would put in here probably.
I'm talking about the hard costs.
Oh, the hard costs. Well, that's a whole other matter.
Dennis, if you have suggestions, we'd love to get them, because this was something we really struggled with, these particular sections. We didn't know how to align them, how to lay them out to where we could get at these differential costs, which is something that was asked to put in here. So if you have ideas, we'd love to hear them. There's probably room for improvement. There always usually is, and we'd like to hear suggestions on how.
Yeah. This will be part of our process of improvement. We'll be going through this page because, as I think we said in the beginning, and also under 128 when we talked about that, we are proposing to add some additional information on this page, requests for information related to renewable energy systems.
I think the key, and I think this came out in the earlier discussions too, is if you're looking at this as an individual element and what the individual element can do, or whether you're looking at it as systems engineering and how the overall package can give you the differential costs. I mean, daylighting affects the fluorescent lighting or the electric lighting and reduces that, and it's very difficult to quantify in that particular
Yeah, there might be
case.
better ways of looking at it, too. Like you're talking about, I think maybe batching items versus doing them individually. Maybe that's something we could take a look at.
Okay, so why don't you finish the page, and then we're going to start, okay, go ahead, finish the page.
The bottom half of this is, there's a lot of narrative here, as you can see. Energy savings, we wanted to take a look at that, so if you're putting in renewable energy or higher efficient energy systems, what is that saving you? We can compare bills or, projected savings, things like that is what we're looking for. The last two sections are really, we gave you we like a lot of leeway. We'd like you to explain all the different benefits, because we heard in our stakeholder meetings that you want better grades, open a window, that kind of thing, and that I think that kind of goes along with having better acoustics, better features of the classrooms that result from the high performance components. And what are those? What benefits are you gaining from those? Is it student achievement? Is there other benefits realized? What kind of things have you seen result from the high performing components?
Let's not, unless you have a question just about. Okay, so we'll take comments on this in our session. Okay, remainder of the session. Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
So what I'd like to do now is, Hannah, can you go ahead and get the easel out?
Yes.
Yeah, with the flip chart. What I'm going to have, and I'd actually like to take testimony from a couple of people in the audience before lunch, then break for lunch and come back for maybe an hour after lunch to go through or however long it takes, to go through an information gathering in terms of putting together a list of all the comments, questions, improvements, concerns, et cetera, that everybody has, and we'll try and capture that using the chart system.
Can I just get a clarification from one? You said there were I don't recall. What are the 3 reasons for this besides the project cost? What are the other 2? Help me.
One is for potential adjustments to the per pupil grant amounts as prescribed in Assembly Bill 127. Number 2 is for bond accountability. And number 3 is to study the status of the bid climate.
Go ahead. Use your mic, though.
I have a question.
Okay, so, and just one more clarifying question. And so, now that you've had 600 of these, you mentioned you approve and some and you disapprove. How do you disapprove one?
Typically, we don't disapprove one. Typically, we work with the district until we have the information we need to approve it.
So do you find that there's a lot of variations in how the answers come in, and that's how you disapprove it doesn't look right?
If we look at it, and for instance, the number of classrooms is more than, I think we allow for up to a difference of 5.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a big difference in the number of classrooms reported on the project information worksheet versus the information we have in our eligibility system. We contact the district and we say, we notice there's a big difference in the number of classrooms. Can you tell us why?
Okay.
And sometimes what they say is, oh, well, now that I look at it, it's actually this.
Okay.
And then we correct the number of classrooms reported on the project information worksheet. Or they may say, well, that's because we actually combined it with this other project, and there were these many more classrooms included, and we say, okay, and we put an explanation into the comment section and approve it.
And then, so to date, with the 600, what have you done with that information?
I have a quick question for you, Hannah. So when a PIW is submitted online, it has it's either in progress or it's submitted. And once it goes from submitted, after it's reviewed and all those checks are done, then it just goes to approved. So there isn't a disapproved status. It's just it's where it is within our internal process.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say that if I did. We do have the capability to reject a project information worksheet, but typically the only reason why we would reject a project information worksheet is because the district is submitting a new one, and rather than go through the process of trying to update the old one before they submit the new one, if we reject the old one, that allows them to submit the next.
Okay. And then that last question, what have you done with the information today?
Just like Hannah was mentioning earlier, on the accountability website, we forward all of these PIWs that we have and we put them up on the website so that all taxpayers can take a look to see what's being billed with the bond dollars. So they're listed on there. They are also, we do summarize them periodically for the board to take a look at the summaries in terms of what's being built in classrooms, square footages, different building types. So that's what we do to provide information to the public on what's being done with the bond dollars.
So, and I'll answer that too. I think that there hasn't been, as far as I can tell, any major analysis of the data to try and establish costs that everyone can agree has used a methodology that everyone says, yes, that methodology makes sense to everyone involved, and we have a data set that's clean, that has the same types of projects, et cetera. So part of what we're trying to accomplish, I think, hopefully all of us together, is improve the PIW, but the next step in that improving the data collection is really agreeing on a methodology to analyze the data and answer questions related to the costs of building schools in California. We're not there yet. Yep.
Yeah. I just had a quick question on the HPI part of this. Is this used, if a district has a project that they're putting, just as an example, solar panels in, but they don't qualify for HPI, and they don't get any HPI money, do they still have to fill this out?
Yeah,
okay,
currently it's just tied to the HPI grant in its current form.
But that may change.
Yeah, I don't have any technical questions. These brainy guys can deal with that, but a couple of global comments. First of all, I was involved with the original cost containment programs years ago. It was very, very painful, and I was probably the one most vehemently opposed to this whole concept. But I think where it's gone now is really great, and I think it sets some real great opportunities in terms of looking statewide and cost analysis, cost options, and I know we have years to go on that. I'd secondly like to commend OPSC. I think you guys are doing a great job on this. This was really impressive in terms of your presentation, but where you're kind of taking this. And what was exciting to see the transparency and the ability to really dive in and access those 600 different schools and look at them. I think that's really great. And I just have one comment related, or overall observation, in the sense that I see what you're establishing here, which is really kind of a nice budget, and that's what, to me, it's not a PIW, it's really a budget. And in building projects, that's what we have. We have budget, and then we always do a cost analysis against that over time, and then ultimately you're going to have the real costs. So I think in this PIW, we're setting a stage of a budget. It's not a final number, a final anything, and that's the frame of reference we have to get into, in the sense that things are going to change, and it's a work in progress. But to compare ultimately your budgets with your final costs, I think, is a great way to kind of set it up on a statewide basis in terms of analysis. But within the budget part of this process, all the questions I saw, and again, I'm looking at more globally, is questions that really have had to been answered by the district before they proceed with their project. I mean, either you've got to have a budget, you've got to have costs, you obviously have to have your plans, whether they're multiple plans, and in terms of the classrooms and all of that section, that's filed with CDE. So the question I have, is there anything in the forms that you are asking that are not already really required by districts to have really prepared prior to commencing construction of the school? Now, I understand there's interpretive differences in terms of the types of classrooms and, you know, what you count or not, but is there anything you got, because that would be one concern I would have, is the sense, are you trying to add additional layers of information? Are we reinventing new information that isn't really readily accessible? Because I could fill out that form pretty easily. I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer. I'd take the CDE form and I'd take the DSA forms and fill it out. But is there anything there that's really hard, this takes a lot of time or energy, that's not already required to be prepared by a district? And I'm sure that'll unfold over time, but that's the big question.
I think thank you. Rather than respond to that, so what I'd like to do right now is I'd like to ask, there's two people in the audience I want to have come up before we have further discussion and break for lunch, okay? Joe Dixon from Santa Ana Unified, and then Jeff Vincent from the Center for Cities and Schools. I ask the forbearance of the committee. Okay, Hannah. Or someone. Who's going to scribe?
Oh.
You're going to write it down?
Yeah.
Realized we were at that.
Yes, we are at that point.
We're taping.
Now, so this is the official comment, concern, discussion section. So we'll take these two people, break for lunch, come back and get comments from the committee, and then additional comments from the audience. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Savage. I have to catch a plane at 2 o'clock, get back to Santa Ana. The comments you made at the beginning, I think everybody agrees with, that data is real important. We all try to make our decisions based on data. And so I'm not going to dispute that at all. But in December, Santa Ana received 24 projects were appropriated. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Now we're preparing to fill out the 24 DIR form. Whatever number that, PWC 100 or whatever it is. We also have several, 12 to 15 projects going on where we're still filling out the PIW. We're now going to be filling it out for 24 more projects. Our budgets are getting cut on the operational side. And there's just a lot of things that, as a practitioner, we have going on that it's difficult at the Sacramento level, perhaps, to look down and see what's going on. In 2007, I believe it was, when I was working at Capistrano Unified School District, Josh Demuth from OPSC and Tom Duffy came down to the district and met with me to go over this PIW idea. And they brought a form down and said, what do you think? And we worked on it, and then we spent a lot of time on it. We turned it in, and it disappeared. I don't know what happened to it. So at this point, I would ask that you put a committee together of school district, not just county offices of ed, perhaps they could have a person on it, but school districts that have a lot of projects. Well, oftentimes counties are more able to participate than K-12 for some reason. But, you know, get school districts. That's not a slam on county. No, I'm just saying, you know, that we happen to have more projects than counties, but allow us to be on it as well. And let's come up with a kind of form that doesn't kill a district's time, that gives OPSC the information they need, maybe limit it to one time, fill it out one time, there's your data, and let's get some schools built, and it's the most cost-effective way possible. So that would be my suggestion.
So if we wanted to capture that, you've got time-consuming, large number of forms from all programs. Don't kill districts' time, so time-consuming and time to fill out forms.
Bill, can I just piggyback on something that Joe said real quick? Los Angeles has got the same issue, and I think a lot of it stems from the fact that we operate now under a world where we didn't receive apportionments on a monthly basis. Our apportionments are tied to the priorities and funding, and whenever the state actually gets cash, once a year or twice a year. So when the apportionments come through, there are several hundred apportionments that you're filing a 90-day funding priorities and funding model. So what you end up with is, instead of filing my application in March and get my apportionment in June, and I've got spread over 12 months, it's now just once a year. And so really what Joe and I, and I'm sure a lot of other school districts are facing, is it's not something that we can truly plan for. We're kind of put into a situation that's dictated by the state. And so we're asking for some relief in when those forms need to be filed, and recognize the volume that particular school districts have to file at a particular point in time. I think we just need to keep that in mind and some consideration for them.
I've got a question for you, Joe. Is there anything really compelling? I mean, I agree with you, but in terms of it's overburdened, but is there anything really compelling in these forms that require a lot of time?
Well, what it is
that's new information. I mean, if you sit down with your DSA plans, if you sit down with your CD app, you can literally fill out.
I would probably spin it a little differently. I would look at it from the perspective that a lot of the information is already available through the 5004, the 5006, the 5005, that doesn't need to be repeatedly asked again. If you cut out the repeated stuff, and the handout we were given, you can see the check boxes of what's being asked in the PIW, what's being asked in the 5005, what's being asked CD, and so if there's a way to consolidate what's already been asked and what has already been answered, and just focus on the information that's not previously being asked and answered, now we can talk about streamlining and getting back to improving the timeline it takes to fill out these forms. Yeah. That's just one way of looking at it.
Okay, so, and I think that's a really good point. I mean, one example that we've been talking about internally is that you could basically take the 5004 and all the funding shell information and have that be the initial, just auto-populate the form with that from OPSC, and then the district would fill out the rest. Then it would be right. Oh, I'm sorry. But so, Hannah, would you capture what I heard as the kernel of Eric's comment was that the priority and funding system creates concentrated workloads and form requirements to fill forms that are for large numbers of projects because it's only once a year of apportionment or twice a year. That's one. I mean, that was one piece of what I heard there.
To follow up on that, why can't you also access not the 5004, but what you file with the CDE on all those classrooms, and then I'll dump it in one, and then just fill in a few blanks left?
There's a dream of a silo-less data world out there, but we're not there yet.
Bill, you're asking for solutions. I know you can't. I really, we don't want to belittle. It's not okay, maybe it's a dream, but maybe it's something. I think Eric's point was really good. Why not try to automate as much information as you can? And we are having one project information number, and so, why not take all that stuff? Half that stuff is already there, and then just say, fill in the extra blanks.
That's what.
And then you got continuity through all your departments.
Good comment.
Right.
Thank you.
Can we make sure that...
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Savage.
Go ahead.
Can we make sure that the committee idea is...
put on there?
Put down
Yes.
as well? I think that would be very helpful. Then we can get down to the nuts and bolts of the form.
Did you put a committee on there?
I thought that was such a big idea, it needs not to be stated.
Just put it on there, okay?
That's what happened before. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to ask, thank you, Joe, Jeff Vincent from the Center for Cities and Schools in Berkeley to come up and give us some thoughts on school construction costs.
Sorry, I'm drunk from that conversation. Is this on?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. For those of you I don't know, my name is Jeff Vincent. I'm at UC Berkeley. I'm a researcher at the Center for Cities and Schools. We've done a variety of research projects on school construction policies, school construction costs, both here in California and nationally. And right now we're doing a lot of work trying to understand how each and every state fund school construction, how they raise those dollars at the state level, the source of those funds, how they decide who gets what, how they hand them out. And if you can imagine not knowing how we do any of that in California and trying to figure it out, we're trying to figure it out times 50. And it's changing constantly is what we're finding. But one of the things I found out of that is that this question of what those states that do fund school construction is roughly like 39 of them, 2/3 of them at the state, from the state level. They all struggle with this question of how much does it cost to build a school. And so when I started doing this research, which was back in like 06, 07, I was trying to figure out, okay, what is the cost of school construction in California and how does that compare to other states? And I thought this would actually be not that hard. It was a data question. You collect the data characteristics on schools, break it down by components, crunch, 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 we get a number. My naivete quickly rose to the top and discovered that it was really incredibly difficult to do. And I was really totally struck by three things, which I continue to be struck by, and you just kind of were bringing it up, so I'll try not to be as repetitive as some of the points, but I'll reiterate them. One is how hard it was to really know the cost components and break them down within a project. That really struck me, and I was amazed even when you go to local district how they had troubles breaking costs down, and it had to do with the way the project management procedure, just the way they tracked the costs or the way they had contracted with their GCs, et cetera. Even more so, I was blown away by the fact that California, and you alluded to this in your opening statement to this section of discussion, Bill, is how little information of detail the state of California had on the breakdowns of 32+ billion dollars in SFP funds going out. So I continue to be, as a taxpayer, I continue to be somewhat dismayed at that. As a researcher, I continue to be frustrated at that. And I know that we've made some strides, but I think we have places, to go. And then the third part was that there's such enormous variation on the ground in individual school projects in terms of design, in terms of the types of components that go into them, and in the planning processes. And we could go into that all day. This report that we had done, many of you have seen, was my attempt to understand that variation and describe it through looking at projects and all the interviews. So anyway, what I discovered is that the question, the sort of holy grail question here, which is how much does it cost to build a school, is extremely hard to answer, and I think we have to acknowledge that. But let me get to then the data. I have a lot of specific comments and suggestions on individual items in here, and I had actually met with Juan and his staff maybe in 2009 to give some suggestions on that. But I think that one of the main things that strikes me, and I want to connect it to this, is what Mr. Gibbs brought up, which is that in it now there's asking a lot of things that the state already knows, actually, and should be able to self-populate. And so it strikes me that it's odd to ask districts to be responding back with that information. And so I really think that we need to connect this conversation about collecting data, and I like the way you framed it about a budget, because there's a real difference between the estimated costs and then what the actual costs were. And it struck me looking at the Florida's version of the project information worksheet, I don't know what they call it, that was provided in the PDF agenda here. They don't deal with the estimates and all that. It's just the final cost. And there's no asking of, was this financial hardship? Did the state kick in 5 cents or $1? Because the state already knows that. And the reason the state of Florida already knows that is because they have a pretty detailed inventory of their school buildings. And you alluded to this in your opening, Bill, is we don't know what's out there, we don't know the inventory, we don't know the square footage, we don't know the conditions, et cetera, and you can go into any number of detail. But we barely have a list of all schools and the number of buildings on those sites. Forget about the conditions for a second, but just talk about their ages. So I think that a lot of this could be simplified by aligning, and you were kind of going into it, what the plans with DSC or CDE should have. In theory, they have the number of classrooms, the number of bathrooms, the number of kindergarten rooms that have bathrooms attached to them, or with ESA, sorry. So it's not that this data information doesn't exist, it's that it's impossible to pull it together. So what we have, in part, I've kind of come to the conclusion, and I'll wrap up quickly, is that we have a bunch of facility nerds, myself included, having a conversation that really need to bring in technology and data nerds on it. Because it's not that, we definitely need to understand school construction and all the processes and complexities in that, but part of this, I think, as you were getting to before I came up here, is a technology problem. And yes, technology does cost money, but I've been looking at and very intrigued by something California has already adopted to do an inventory of its parklands, which is, I believe, is called the California Protected Areas Database, if I'm correct. Anyway, state agencies have funded this, nonprofits have funded this. It's managed by a technology nonprofit in the Bay Area. It's crowdsourced, is their terminology, in terms of localities are able to update, correct data. Sort of they populate data and they say, okay, you have the ability to correct this data. My point is that, and I'll end on this, is that I think we need to connect this conversation with conversations around some sort of inventory of schools, because then I think we reduce the redundancy. This can come together. And I also think that there's technology ways to do that. That's all I know.
Just to follow up with what you're saying, it's not only a technology issue to me, it's an interpretive issue. In other words, what's happening is CD is approving these kind of classrooms for this form, then all the districts are assuming one thing, and then the state's asking for, well, what classrooms do you want or not? If we just use CDE as the frame of reference in terms of interpreting what a gymnasium is, what a multi-purpose room, well, on and on, we've simplified it, and then these guys don't have to go through the brain damage of trying to interpret what the state wants. And it's the same thing with DSA in terms of square footage, in terms of all the technical aspects they're asking there. Whatever DSA approves on those forms is what we should report, not something else. And we're creating a whole interpretive process back to the state, which to me is redundant. And then the reason I threw out budget was because one thing I'd be struggling with and personally concerned with is if I give the wrong number to the state, are they going to play a gotcha game down the road? And by creating a budget, you take away the gotcha game and say it's really a work in progress. And the numbers where we are today, but guys, it ain't going to be the same number when we finish the school. And the real number is the end number. It's the number they file at the end.
I agree with you on that, and yeah.
Well, but I think the budget process is a no-brainer because you guys all do it anyway. You just fill in a blank. You have to have a budget for a school, and so you just give them that number. I mean, it's not like it doesn't exist. Every architect does cost estimates.
Okay. Further comments on Mr. Vincent? Don't go away, Ed.
Oh, I just wanted to comment on that last comment about all the information before. There's a whole section, one whole page about gauging the bid climate, and that you're not going to get until you actually go out to bid.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's a whole page.
I mean, I'm not
Sure. Anyway, Jeff, I really appreciate your comments, and I'm new to state government, but I am struck by the very alarmingly low level of technology and sophistication of the technology and the data network systems that the state of California has, and I think all of us should be alarmed about that, and we really need to make some inroads and sort of break through some of the data silos that we have, because we do have a lot of this information already, and we just can't get it. And so I think those are great comments.
And just a comment, Bill, I was at the meeting when you presented your report in Fred's office, and I don't know how many have seen it, but you want to tell folks where they can go online and see it, or not available yet?
No, it is available.
His original report.
She's referring to the report that's not online right now.
This was, that one is not
There's
online.
a new report coming.
This is the study that we did trying to crunch numbers on what does it cost to build a school, and we used McGraw-Hill data, which I can talk about, but we were comparing California to other states. And that McGraw-Hill data works for that. It doesn't work very well for the question here, but that's a side issue. That is available on our website, Cities and Schools, Center for Cities and Schools at UC Berkeley. It's on Google. But one of the things buried in the appendix, we did call it a project information worksheet, but a project information worksheet, which was basically a survey around individual projects and all the components of them, which I thought was pretty good, and developed it with school districts and some architects, et cetera. And this was happening at the same time. I did this in late '06 as the PIW was being created, and there's definitely some things that are not on even. But anyway, what we're doing right now is
Secret.
Working. Kathleen Moore and Fred, their office had asked us to look at how other states fund school construction and sort of look at how the state does and sort of make some recommendations going forward in terms of how to prioritize the next injection of funds. So that should be coming out soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take a break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock or 1:10. 1:10? Is that okay?
I apologize, but
okay.
My son's
did. Several people had to leave, and I don't... Kathy will be back.
I'll move this way.
I'll sit up there if you want.
Gary had to leave also. And Deborah.
I've got the audience one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they know they're in good hands.
Right next to my way up the recording seat.
Get on camera right there.
No. One's just the camera magnet, so
No.
never get on me anyway.
Red spot.
Yeah, I can't see from there. It's the noxious fumes from the height of the pin. Oh. It's not a green pin.
All right, so
Yeah.
we're going to, this afternoon's session is going to be to review comments and ideas for improvements to the PIW. So why don't we start with the committee members? And does anybody have any things that they want to discuss?
I do.
Mr. Yeager.
First,
we're going to have Jeremy McCarroll as our new scribe.
Oh, here's Scribe. Is there an easier way to find that thing on the internet?
Yeah, that's a good comment.
I mean, I got lost after the www.
Okay, so a quick link, so Jeremy, a quick link to the PIW information or bond accountability information.
And is that information available to the public in a flat file, or do you have to go through all 400 files to compile your data uniquely if you wanted to do any analysis?
Well, I guess my understanding right now, if I'm understanding your question, is that if I'm in Joe Public, I guess I would go on there and I could select any number of PIWs in a PDF format that I wanted. I think that it's certainly possible if I assume, help me out here, OPSC, that we're in a situation where we were doing a data analysis of the full data set, that the data is obviously available in a database that could be analyzed. Is that right, Brian?
Well, in regards to the Governor's Bond Accountability website, that appeared to be just project by project, but we do also have on the OPSC website the ability to search, based on date range, bid range, and that would include the entire 1,142 projects that have been PIWs that have been approved.
But you said searchable. Mm-hmm. But I couldn't say I want all the data for new schools, new elementary schools, and download a data file.
Let me see what the options are. I have it up. Let me see.
Which, just so...
No, the current search filter doesn't allow for that.
So
currently, yeah.
It's a downloadable file from some other source or whatnot.
And so what's the kernel of what you're trying to achieve here? Are you asking about the ability to access the data during the period where we're trying to analyze it, essentially, or use of the data?
Yeah, the use of the data for everybody.
Okay.
For whatever reason.
You want the raw data.
Yeah. So, a lot of the questions we'll get is, why does my school cost $20 million and this PIW says 5? Well, you got to, make that leap into the data to figure it out. And that goes also to, somewhat how that data is used in the reports. Like in the SAB agendas, it says the average classroom size is over 1,400 square feet. And then we saw in Hannah's example that the 4 classrooms were 4,400 square feet. The building, which may or may not include toilets if they're standalone. So it was just, how is that data used? And people can misuse data how they want, but in the reports, the state gathers how we disclaim that, because that's been pointed out several times that so far, that the classrooms are being reported as much larger than they are, and some other pieces. So.
And so I guess we've had this discussion too, and I think we've heard this comment also in a letter we received from Riverside Unified School District from Janet Dixon. And so in trying to establish, clearly when you check classrooms and you put a square footage, it sounds like what's happening is that it includes the area of the hallways and the janitor's closet and whatever associated spaces are in there. So I guess the kernel of what you're asking is how do we get better?
Well, or consistent, and sometimes you have 1,000 people reporting, you're not going to be consistent, and that's perhaps a more global question. If the goal is consistent, useful data, is self-reporting the most reliable way to do that, or at least we all proceed with the understanding that this is self-reported data, largely unverified at the micro level.
You could have instructions like we're in the lease purchase program regulations.
Right.
Basically said, center line of inside studs and outside face of the walls for exterior walls.
Right.
That kind of thing. Just give some instructions on how to determine.
Yeah, that's what I was
square
thinking.
footage.
That could be part of the problem is maybe the instructions aren't clear enough. Maybe we can clarify the instructions so that we know, so that everybody knows exactly what we're asking for. But yeah, I mean, the data is self-reported.
Right.
Well, and then when Dennis said, wait, hold on, I want to comment on what you said, since we're just going to be able to have him. No. What if we were to, this is going to sound funny, but I'm going to say it anyway. What if we were to have the architect as on their plans, stop. So in other words, you just made the comment, well, you could do it from face of stud to the inside of this, all right? This is things that architects know. But what if a part of the architect's plan or submittal to either DSA or whatever contained a data field that essentially indicated the sizes of the classrooms, the number of the classrooms, all
Like
stuff.
1A documents?
Okay, well, so put it on the package. Put it on each package that you put in.
And
what I'm saying is that
many of them already do, because you have to prove to DSA that you have enough exits for the amount of space in the
I agree, but the information,
it's not in a single spot, however.
as a former school district facilities director, and as an architect, I can tell you that architects' plans that go through DSA because they conform to a somewhat different standard and the way things are reported to DSA, don't always have easily available square footage descriptions. I got that part. I guess what I was trying to say is if we knew what we wanted in the PIW and the information regarding specific issues that architects already have, we could set up a place on the architect's submittal or plans or whatever where that information was reported in the same way that it could be drawn directly into the PIW. Less work for districts.
How hard, I'm sorry.
Easy.
Go ahead.
I was going to change subject if you're on subject.
Well, I'm just curious how feasible that would be for architects. I mean, is that something that they readily do anyway, or is that?
As I said, in most cases, although not all, we need to know the square footage of spaces so that we can make sure that we're complying with various code elements. Now, we don't normally make that into a table on somewhere that you look at because no one else cares, it seems, or has wanted that information.
Mm-hmm.
But it's available. It has not typically created.
Well, we would want to make sure that we're calculating it the same way. Is it the net area inside the walls, or is it to the center line of the studs, or what are you including in that? Because OPSC has to pay for the wall thickness. DSA doesn't make us count the wall thickness as part of the available area of a classroom.
If you're not going to be, if you weren't too super critical of the exact point at which the dimensions were taken. I mean, most CAD programs, you can go through and just, outline the space and get the square footage right off. And you could easily do some, relatively easily do some diagrams with all the square footages in them.
I think we have actually some rules in our program in terms of calculating modernization eligibility. Sometimes we use square footage, and I think we have to the exterior of the wall. I don't know if I have any of my program folks here.
Outside face of stud for exterior walls.
I'm not sure, but I think we might have something. But you're right. I think if we were to pursue that route, there would have to be a clear definition in terms of what
Yeah, and what it was you were really asking, because those wall thicknesses cost money, but they don't add to the number of occupants that are allowed inside a space. That DSA would care about how many doors we have leading out of it.
So, I mean, I think the point of this discussion is to go back to comments that we've heard all along, which is you already have this data. This data already exists in some locations. So can you find a way that you can use or develop criteria and standards for reporting so that you have consistent reporting, and then the data can be submitted and populate the database of school facilities in an effective and useful way? Yes.
I would say, I would disagree with that the data is already there someplace. Some of the data is. However, having gone through, and my experience is limited, I've only gone through one of these, the vast majority of the time that it took to figure this out was sitting down with a set of plans and figuring out the square footages for all the different spaces. And that's not something that is done now. The architect would have to generate that, or the district would have to sit down like I did with and figure out the dimensions and the square footages and everything, and that's very time consuming for a larger project. I can't imagine LA Unified with all their projects having somebody sit down and measure out all the spaces and trying to figure out where the square footages were.
Can I follow up on that? That's a very good, interesting comment. I'm curious from other people that have done it from their perspective. This took the longest. I'm curious what other areas take the longest in terms of filling it out. So if we were to fill out, so if that area were to be, if that were to be summarized, like we were just saying, maybe in the plans, if we already had the square footages, then that would make it easier to fill out that part. So aside from that one, which one is the other one that, I'm sure there's several that take the longest? And this is an open-ended question for everybody.
One of them, I think, would be in segregating the costs. One of the things that we talked about a little bit this morning and at lunch was if you have a general contract for the entire project, trying to segregate out the site costs, particularly if you're segregating them into the categories that are considered off-site utility services and service site. Trying to segregate those costs is extremely difficult and or time-consuming.
And or making it up.
Well, and I guess I think that the impetus to ask for the costs is probably a good one because people want to know what it really costs to do it. But it may be the case that the overall cost, which includes all of those things, is a more important number. So, anyway. So, okay. Kathy?
I've got a list, so hopefully I can just roll right through these. First, I do want to acknowledge just the fact that we're here today discussing this is huge, and really want to thank the powers that be, and I know, Bill, you played a huge role in this, in bringing this back again, and OPSCs being amenable to those of us who care to comment on this kind of stuff. So I very much appreciate that and the opportunity. So just a couple easy things. What does the approval look like? So when I submit my PIW, what does that look like? Do I get a letter? Do I get an email saying congratulations? How do I know I've been approved?
There's no notification to the district.
Okay, well that would be one issue right there. Is how do we notify people they've done their due diligence?
Before Hannah talks, let me just, I think approved is maybe not the right choice of words.
Accepted?
Accepted might be a better term. Because I think acceptance means, yeah, you got the numbers in the right places, not making any value judgment on what the numbers are unless they're grossly misstated, right? And so I think acceptance is really the issue here.
And the reason why I'm asking, and maybe this reason would go away if we decide that we only need to submit this at the end. I mean, if that turns out to be one of the recommendations that gets moved forward. Because I'm going to assume that everything I submitted on my first one is okie dokie as I go forth on my second one. So the approval, acceptance, whatever we want to call it, would be, I think, something we should.
Actually, can you stop right there and get, Hannah, could you go through what happens? You do one PIW, and it residing in the database, and now, right now, you do the next one at the first year expenditure report? Is that right?
Yeah, that's...
So what happens when the district goes in to fill that out?
To backtrack just for a moment,
Okay, sorry.
if your first PIW that you submitted for that project did not get accepted, you would not be able to create the second PIW for that project. So,
but you would know about that first, right?
So the turnaround on whether I've done an acceptable PIW, I would hope would happen fairly quickly, because those of us who have done this, we gather enormous amounts of data. You literally just, okay, today is going to be the day, you close the door, you turn off the phones, and you hope you get through it in a day or two. So
the turnaround is quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, wait, I'm not.
Hold on. Well,
I just wanted to comment on what you said.
Okay.
Real quick. Isn't the PIW a requirement to get the fund release with the 5005? The first time you submit it is with the 5005. You won't get the fund release unless that's accepted, right?
No, that is not correct.
Oh.
You submit the PIW, and once you've submitted the PIW, you have met your requirement.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So that kind of, maybe my next one was...
Well, hold on. Let her answer my question first. Sorry, I'm interrupting your thing. But when you fill out the form the second time, and you access you filled it out once, it's been accepted, it's in the database.
Okay.
What happens then?
Once you've submitted that first one and it's been accepted, and a year rolls by and it's time to submit the second one, you go into the database. You select create a new PIW, you fill in that same application number, it creates a new project information worksheet in the system, and it pulls all of the data that you filled in for the first PIW into your second one, at which point you go through section by section, review the data, and unless there's been a change, you would just save and proceed until you get to the end and hit submit. So what you would do is, in that process, everything is already populated, barring, I think, that first, the district information part. It's going to make you fill in your name again, that part, and the, percentage complete, is it for the fund release or the expenditure report. That screen you'll need to fill out again. But all of the screens after that have all of the information from the first time you've submitted it. So you're just going through to verify that it's still correct. Mm-hmm. And then at the end, you hit submit.
Okay.
And then you go and you print out your, blanked out on me, but your proof of submittal, and that's all you need.
Okay. And this would be the same at any time of submittal. So when you did let's say the last one, right, that the project's done, you'd still, by entering the number, your data would be pulled back up on the screen.
From the second one at that point, not from the first.
Okay, right.
In case there were any changes.
Yeah, gotcha. And so then you'd go through and presumably you'd do final adjustments like changing contingency to 0. Oh, things like that, right? I guess you could do that then, right?
Right.
If the contingency was incorporated in the project cost through the course of the work.
Yeah, you would fine tune any of the information that you have a more up-to-date version of and hit submit.
Okay.
Keep going, Kathy. Are all the submittals on this web page for under bond accountability? So if somebody wanted to go, so it's just the latest one, right?
It's just the latest one.
That's
yes.
Good. Okay, and I think Dennis brought up the issue about being able to accurately quantify the site development costs is going to be a challenge. It's just going to be a challenge. So
I don't understand the issue exactly. What do you mean?
Well, we don't bid it separately. I don't bid it separately.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And so when I'm trying to, and then so at one point I said, well, let's just get the schedule of values out. So I started adding up the schedule of values, and we talked about this the plumbing category. Well, how much of the plumbing is related to site development versus how much is related to the building costs? So it's the guessing game again. And again, so I think one of the common things that we're going to hear as we keep going through this is that we're going to be relying on somebody else to generate a document that's going to help us provide that information. So, for example, I might now be asking my contractor to submit documents that look a little bit different to me so that it's easier for me to maybe grab that number. I don't know. I'm just, right now we're all guessing. I truly, and I'm so surprised this room's not packed.
It's fine.
We're guessing, and that guessing leads to misinformation, which, skews the database and the whole bit. So obviously, we want to be as accurate as possible.
So can we just take that question for a second, Juan? So what's the need for site development costs?
Separate from building, I guess, or I don't know.
Can you just talk about that, what you see as that need? That's in the project cost portion, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's again, we're trying to collect the different components to look at trends. I mean, whether it's if you lump it all into one, you're not going to know whether it's because, well, my offsite was more expensive, less expensive, or service site. It's just a way to breaking down the data. I don't know the other reasons when it was created, other than it's a separate category that we fund, separately. So let's capture what the actual costs were, and then let's see what the differences were. But what I do want to ask is, given the challenges that we're facing in that area, what are some suggested improvements? How can we make it easier?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It kind of sounds like, we've already said like the old 1As, or, we could ask the architect to generate a separate little document that gives us square footage. I see us having to rely on our consultants to be generating these little pieces of paper to satisfy maybe a particular box. And so now I'm going to be asking my architect to give me a page that lists all my square footage. And now I'm going to ask my contractor to give me some documentation that clearly defines what the site development costs are. And not that can't happen, but it's more stuff and it still won't be accurate. It'll be better than my guessing, because I'm truly guessing, but I don't want to have to be relying on a lot of people to generate that information.
So right now, what we have, when a district comes in and applies for funding, we require a cost estimate for service-side, off-site utilities, right? So that's what we review, that's what we send back and approve. So you already have that. Is that something that you could use at the end to go through, and well, this is what was approved? I don't know, I'm just talking out loud right now.
It doesn't get bid that way, so that,
right.
Yeah, you don't bid that separately, and...
But you were saying you had a hard time figuring out what's included in service-side, off-site in terms of the plumbing. Maybe that could be used, or I don't know, if it could be used as a guide in terms of what's included in what category.
Right.
Because it's what we reviewed and approved.
But if you're, as devil's advocate, hold on a second, if you're submitting this at the time you've just bid a contract in order to get your money, it seems like it would be better data would be what was in the contract, and rather than the cost estimate that OPSC might have used.
Yeah. I was just saying that is a guide to separate the values.
One possible way to make it a little bit more accurate, not accurate, but a little bit better than just guessing, might be to have somehow, if you have the overall cost for the entire project, cost estimate, and you're going to have the costs broken out for the service site utility services and off-site anyway in that estimate, and then just prorate everything. You get you get a total estimate of $10 million, and the bids come in at $9 million. You just prorate all those elements of the off-site utility services and service site. But again, I mean, that doesn't say that the underground contractor for those services wasn't a little bit more hungry than the other ones and bid his stuff really low. But it's a more refined guess, I guess you could say.
Bill?
Yes.
Just a tag on this. I was talking with Juan before, and from our perspective, we wanted to look at this not to the great detail that I think OPSC wants to get to, because I think some of the information we just talked about is going to be very difficult to try to pull out of a lump sum number. But we wanted to look at it in terms of the three priorities by which this PIW is about. Does knowing whether or not the site development costs address bond accountability? I don't think it matters what my site development costs are with regards to bond accountability. Does it address the bid climate? Does it really give you the answer to the bid climate? Even if you added it with all the other factors in the PIW, it really doesn't contribute to answering those questions. And with the potential adjustment for the grant, I can see the argument, but we just haven't seen that adjustment, or we haven't been able to figure out how to utilize the PIW to analyze it to understand how to make the adjustment. I guess what I'm getting at here is that I don't know if at this point in our development of this study, getting to this fine a detail at this point in time helps us, because I think it slows us down. And I think we're better served by just saying, what was the total cost of the project? How was it between site acquisition and construction? Getting a basis for the total number of the classrooms, trying to keep this as simple and as easy as we possibly can to put this together, to construct something that we can use as a base. After we have established and have a well-defined base, then we can start talking about further details, breaking it down. But I think we're just not even there yet to get into that fine detail, and I just think that we're just slowing ourselves down, trying to create a perfect product instead of at least coming up with a good product.
Good comment.
So that's kind of interesting, because I have those two things also. The form, the purpose of the form is, in my mind, a little bit different than what we're trying to make it do. And I'm not arguing with the need for a database. I think everybody's been touting that for years, and we'd love to have a database of what's out there. So in one regard, I'm a little bit worried about trying to tweak a form that was specifically required for those three specific reasons and be able to extrapolate information from that form to satisfy another want that we're all wanting to have. So I do have a little bit of problem with that, and that's just my personal opinion. The simplicity thing, same kind of concept. Instead of asking for too much, can we start by asking for just the basics, like Eric was saying, analyze 6 months worth of that type of data and go, gosh, out of every one of these, it would sure be nice to know blank. And then you could add another question versus starting off with this big multi-page mega drop-down. I think you'd get more accurate data that is more useful. None of us have a problem providing the data, but it's so not accurate. And I'll give you the great example, because I got stuck doing this right when this was coming down the pike. New construction and a mod project. I have 4 different applications on a site. Now, talk about, I call them WAGs, I'm sure everybody else does.
Scientific.
Okay. And that was a struggle. I mean, that was a huge struggle. And then, if there's so many variables that enter into this that, if you're adding onto a site, it is an addition, but if you got a really old site and your local fire authority comes up with, you don't have any fire hydrants, you don't have fire lanes or anything, that's going to skew my site development costs way off, which would not be accurate if it was just a normal project. So they're all going to have little nuances to them that are going to sway those numbers a little bit.
See, and I'm sorry, but to me, that's exactly why you need more data.
More detail.
More detail.
But right now,
because that you won't be able to know. You're just going to get one big lump sum number. You're not going to know, well, why. And again, I'm not a researcher, but it seems to me that it's better to have more, and you can sort it, you can filter it to whatever you want, instead of having less, and then, you know what, I need more. Let me go back and collect it.
But we're not that sophisticated right now to be able to do that. That's the concern and the struggle, I think, that you're hearing from the school community, is that we aren't that sophisticated to be able to be in that position to provide that level of detail. I think to figure out a way to at least get the PIW working, I think we start with the basic.
Yeah.
Once we have that going, then we start, okay, let's have another IMP meeting to focus on site development, how we can better improve that data that you receive, and spend a day trying to figure that out, as opposed to trying to bury it with just trying to get this thing off the ground. I just think that we're asking, for too much right now, and we're not being successful in providing any data or any information that's useful for anybody.
Yeah. I want to make sure that, you guys are using it to compare apples to apples. I really do. A new construction project with no issues was easy, not easy. It was still time consuming, but it was easier to fill out. That one where I had 2 news and 2 mods on the same campus just was a nightmare, and it was a total guess. I mean, in my mind, I would hope that particular thing would never be used, because it's not going to be anywhere close to answering questions. The other issue I have is, well, no, I did the best I could. To the best of my ability, I did the best I could. The interim housing piece on there, I don't know why that would be included, because That's not an accurate reflection of how much my new school costs. And then if we do get around to doing this for mod at some point in time, another example, I put up a portable school at a former district for the beginning of many mod projects. So do I, how many times do I count that portable school? So again, interim housing, I don't quite know why we need that, because that's not, I don't think that's a reflection of what it costs to build a school. So that's just maybe my little comment. Then I have two more comments. So one of them is, and as I think down the road about other uses of this form, and as we maybe get into some modernization, because I see that being used to answer some of these inventory questions that we all have. My current district, we kind of blown through our mod eligibility on most of the 70 sites. So I'm doing a lot of work with local funds that would affect that inventory. So in other words, I'm modernizing restrooms like crazy with no state funds. So I'm bettering my inventory. I'm building to current standards, blah blah blah, ADA and all that good stuff. That would never be reported because A, we're not doing mod right now, which I get, and B, I don't use state funds for those. So I think maybe there's a possibility down the road that we're missing capturing some valuable data. Maybe not. I don't know. You guys may not need that data. And then my last comment is, as we do go through this, I want to make sure we don't rush. Let's don't be in a rush to fix this thing. Let's go through this very methodically so that we do end up with a project or a product that works. But I would really like it, and I'm not volunteering necessarily, but if I have to, I would. Come sit down with me and watch me fill one of these out. And I mean, literally spend a couple of days with me or a week or whatever it takes and go through this thing with me so that you can see firsthand where I have to go to get documents. I might have to go to the district office to get how much interest I'm earning because it's in a totally different location. So I think it would be eye-opening. I don't know, just a comment, just a suggestion. That would be kind of interesting. A field trip, there you go.
Thank you. Hold on, Paul. Just so did I hear you, Kathy? You were saying that Cash would be supportive of adding modernization projects to this requirement for the PIW?
Oh, Cash would probably kill me if I said that. I
just wanted to check.
I'm thinking down the road here that we're trying to get this inventory. That seems to be the big bug. How many? What do we have? What kind of shape are they in? Et cetera, et cetera. So down the road, whatever if this becomes another type of PIW that's for a mod thing, and no, I'm not suggesting we do that at all, but there's some things that would be missed.
I see. I understood the point of what you were saying. Was that so? The kernel of that one is districts that do locally funded projects that affect the school facilities inventory in California are not really getting into this database at all.
Right.
Okay. Great. Paul?
Okay. I looked at it per each of the goals. And if you're trying to analyze the relationship between pupil grant eligibility and the cost of new construction, then I have real concern about the multiple reportings, particularly since you're relying on a very estimated cost at the beginning and then a hopefully more accurate cost at the end. How can you possibly merge that information? I'm with Santa Ana. We are advocates of no worksheet at all, but if we are going to have to do the worksheet, the number of reportings need to be very minimal. Maybe you get one early on in the project, and maybe you get one towards the end of the project, maybe after substantial completion. Keep it reduced numbers. This annual, it doesn't make any sense to me at all. You're really putting a huge burden on the school districts and county offices by all doing those applications at the same time, and I'm sure it's the same burden on your own staff on dealing with that information as it comes in. So that's the first point. If you're trying to demonstrate bond accountability, and I was a little put off by the one comment about we found a school district that had mismatched their information by more than 5 classrooms, so we knew there was a problem. I didn't understand that that's what the idea of the worksheet was. I thought it was the overall bond accountability to make sure that we're getting our best bang for the buck with the bond dollars that the state is spending, in which case The information needs to be as simple as possible so it can be filled out accurately. Inaccurate information is of no value. And I think we should be talking about overall project cost, breaking it down between the structures, the site, and the soft costs. And interim housing could be included in the site costs. I agree with Dennis as far as the site costs. The big part about that is building is broken down by square foot. Site is broken down by acreage. And that is something that OPSC is going to want. And if we're going to be reviewing these numbers for future bond or costs, then we're going to need that broken down by site and by building, unfortunately. I think we can do what Dennis said, though. You go with an estimate, and then as the bids come in, you extrapolate it. Or as you get towards the end of the project, you extrapolate it. If you really want to go gangbusters, you can look at the schedule of values and work it out there. But I agree with Dennis, is just do the estimate and extrapolate. But you start with the overall project cost. You do that simple breakdown. Then you go to the more detailed, if you need to, on the classrooms. And at a later, I would agree, at a later date, let's get this train going before we put all the riders on. Then also looking at the difference between how much the state is paying versus how much the joint use is stuff. Let's leave that kind of stuff out there and look at overall project costs. The next one was to identify the changes in the bid climate over time. There is page 3 of the document, and I really have a huge bone to pick with that particular document. That's where it really...
Page 14 in your handout.
Right. Yeah, it's this one here, and right at the top of the page it says this information is being collected to evaluate the bid climate. Well, obviously we're not going to be able to provide this information early enough for you to get it in the original estimate, and then this is a lot of cumbersome information. And if you talk about time-consuming parts, this is a very time-consuming part, and I have a hard time believing that staff has enough time to really break this down into any meaningful information. I think where you're going to get your best, again, bang for the buck in finding out about the bid climate is if you have the simple numbers, you got the square footage numbers for your building costs, and if you've got your acreage costs for your site development, then you've got numbers that you can track over time. And actually the school districts and the county offices don't have to do that. You can do that. You don't need any input from us to do that. Now that you've eliminated a whole page on the worksheet, now you can bring in the high performance. And the beauty about I think about what we're talking about is if we get these numbers simple enough and the form simple enough, it can apply to, I hate to say this, new construction and modernization and also high performance. And whatever else happens to come down the road that we don't know about today. But I think I wouldn't worry so much about trying to evaluate whether the cost is above standard or below standard or what we anticipated it was going to be or what didn't. Just keep it simple and again, track it on a point per dollar value. You know how you've already got an evaluation system that you've gone through to determine the value of the different components that you're going to put in the project on the basis of points. So why not just relate the points to a dollar value? And that way you know how many points you got, just like you know how many classrooms for all the dollars that you spent on bond money, you know how many points that you've achieved. Then it would be up to OPSC to describe what you're getting with those points. There could possibly be a breakdown like you have here of the categories of points, and maybe you'd be able to evaluate how much you spend on particular types of points versus other. I wouldn't want to go into that much detail to get started on that side of it. So those are the comments I have.
Excellent. Thank you, Paul. Hold on just a second. He wants to comment on I want to comment on something he said, too.
And this is something that I know Eric brought up, too, in terms of just trying to capture the total project cost, and then later on, if we need to, we'll go back and collect the data later. Because I thought that what I've been hearing is that we're collecting, there's too many reports, trying to eliminate some, but now we're hearing that, let's collect some now and then collect some later. So, is it?
I was going to say, what I was going to say is what we're focused on with this group is accuracy. And if you ask too many questions, you're going to lose accuracy. So focus on the ones that can be answered most accurately, and then what we're talking about, and that way you can roll something out that we can, because you want to do something right away, so we can get something out that we can all get on the bandwagon with, and then add these other components of greater and greater detail if you have to.
That's what I want to make sure I understand. Adding those components later on, that means that we simplify it now, make the changes, and then later on revisit the PIW to then potentially add more things.
Perfect is the enemy of good.
Is that
Yes.
what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand. Then the other thing is on the square footage, especially at the end of the project, we don't have those numbers. We have what we fund up front in terms of the plans when they get approved by DSA, but then what actually gets built at the end, which I think we all know changes, we don't have those figures unless the district reports them.
Doesn't usually change that much.
Yeah. No, so there's no typical changes from the...
Not, sometimes there are.
That's what I've been hearing from the field, but I'm glad that...
The ones that would affect the eligibility, things like...
No, I'm talking about the square footages, some things change orders, some things get added in, we see some changes of scope, so that's what we've seen, but
I think,
because they're saying that they're not really common.
Deleting classrooms, adding classrooms, that kind of changes, which should be reflected somehow or noticed.
Yeah, at the end.
Yeah. But I mean, tweaking a room here because, we ended up on the top of a sewer line or something, I mean, you're talking 10 square feet.
So generally speaking, there's hardly any changes from the plans when they're approved by DSA to you're done from construction?
It's pretty, most projects.
Yeah.
And besides, if you're submitting this at the time you've already accepted a bid, you have the work already in the contract at the time you submitted it with 5005.
And there are issues with gigantic change orders and, change ordering in another building, another 6 classrooms or something. That
or a swimming pool.
That gets squeaky.
Some solar panels or something.
Public contract code limits you to 10%.
Yeah. So I wonder if those categories could be classroom building square footage, classroom square footage, or teacher station, whatever you want to call it, ancillary facilities, and then we just have a definition of those, and then maybe, multipurpose or performing arts, and if you broad base them enough to where, all my mech rooms, my electrical closets and my custodial closets could be lumped into one category versus having to try and, this one's 10 by 12, this one's 11 by 13, I don't know.
Okay, that's good. Good discussion, thank you. Great list. Before we do yours, I know, since Mr. Hanson thoughtfully brought up questions related to the page on the bid climate, can we pick on that for a second? I'm sorry, can we analyze that? We improve. Yeah, improve. That's what I meant. Thank you, Warren.
Improve on the already great part.
Okay, so I think it's very clear to me, if you look at a cost estimate by an estimator, professional estimator, the number one indicator of the bid climate for a cost estimator in a professional setting is going to be the number of bidders that will bid on the project. So we absolutely want to collect that data. That is, right?
Or the year.
Well, I mean, let me make sure. Well, let's go back to why we asked for this data in the first. Why we asked for this data in the first place. Because I was here when we birthed this thing. Okay, so let's go back and remind ourselves that districts wanted to be sure that we reflected and cost data in a climate where bids kept coming in higher and higher and higher, and that the grant wasn't keeping pace with the bids. Did I characterize that okay? Okay. So I mean, we could raise the general question: Do we need to consider the bid climate?
I would say, I would
I don't know.
say that...
Let's throw it out there.
There's a couple of issues here. One of them is that the way this information is assembled, and I don't think it's been analyzed so far, but there would have to be a very rapid turnaround of the analysis of the information on bid climates back to the board to have any impact on the overall costs. And we would also have to change the regulations so that maybe go back to changing the index once every quarter instead of once a year. As it stands now, where there's just an index adjustment every year, I see no relevant usefulness of analyzing the bidding climate at any particular time. I mean, the bidding climate goes up, it goes down, it could be due to worldwide conditions, it could be due to local conditions, and without an analysis of all that other information, this information that we're collecting, it has very limited usefulness.
Comment?
Yeah, as far as professional estimating is concerned, you're going to get the evaluation in the square footage cost. As the square footage cost goes up and goes down, or per acreage cost goes up and goes down, that's where you're going to see the reflection of the bid climate, not in the number of bidders.
No,
it's not in the number of bidders.
If you look at any cost estimate, I'll just disagree with you, but on the first page of a cost estimate or the second page, the estimator will provide an analysis that says if these numbers are highly volatile based upon the number of bidders. If you have 1 to 2 bidders, your costs will go up. If you have 3 to 4, believe me, I'll be happy to share. This is a very common disclaimer for any estimator. And if you have 9 bidders, your costs will go down 20%. So that's, I think it's good information. And I think the better question is, what Dennis is raising is it really useful in determining the costs and how this plays into the cost discussion. But so how about question number 2? What dates did the bids open?
That's fine. No, I think
it's a keeper.
I think that if you know the date that the bid, you can go back and time and look at, okay, I'm looking over the past 3 or 4 years, and there's established data that is published by the cost estimating people saying that here is the monthly trend for that, and you can connect those two. But it's not something that staff here is going to develop that same type of information. That would be just a duplication of what other professionals do.
But if you're getting, I'm sorry, but if you're getting if we've reduced the project information worksheet to coming in at the beginning of the job and at the end of the job, there's really no need for knowing the date of when the job came in.
So okay, so, and Jeremy, you're capturing all this discussion, I see, rapidly. Good, thank you. So then there's discussion of how many times was the project rebid. And I think these questions were inserted originally in response to districts being concerned that we had to continually rebid our projects in order to meet cost thresholds and requirements. But is it data that we've used? Have we presented this in any kind of format or any kind of a graph, Brian, that you were aware of? I don't know. I can't recall seeing anything like this.
I think last summer we had some information related to, in one of the charts, but as far as what external, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I do have a question, though, about what date did the bids open. I think part of that has to do with, and maybe it's changed now, that's my question. Part of it has to do with the fact that school districts can often start the project as long as they don't occupy prior to submitting the 5004. So looking at the apportionment date, our own timelines could be completely unrelated to the actual bid. So I'm just wondering if now the fact that priors and funding districts aren't doing that anymore and the date of apportionment is more closely related to the bid date, or if it's still pretty much unrelated depending on a district-by-district basis. I don't really know. Well, I thought that we were saying that that the bid date's not quite as important because you're going to have, based on when the application comes in, you're going to know the climate you already have that date based on when the application was submitted or when it's funded. But actually, there could be a huge disconnect because districts really could completely if they sit on the unfunded list for a year or more, they could completely locally fund the project essentially. So the dates that we would have at OPSC would be completely outside the bid climate completely.
I guess that would be another reason for reflecting that next year.
So then let's go back to the number of bidders for a second. What happens when there's multiple bid packages? So for a CM multi-prime package, how do they report that, Hannah?
It's kind of on a district-by-district basis. Some districts will ask how to report that, and some won't. If they do ask, we do have a kind of a code that we can ask them to enter, and just fill in 999 in the number of bidders field, and then in the comments down below, give us the detailed description of what the actual circumstances were. It's the best we could come up with the system that we had.
Okay, and so I guess, thank you, I appreciate you doing that, because when I started looking at the database and pulling PIWs out, I kept seeing 999 up there, and I wondered I didn't think there were that many bidders on that project. So I guess, would it be the case then that this question might be somewhat difficult to answer in a multi-prime situation?
That would be the sense that I have of it, yes.
So part of our goal
and unfortunately, the data field does not allow people to just enter NA, which is why we had to have a numeric code.
Okay, so I mean, that's an interesting point. Okay. No, I mean, it's not that there's probably a subset of 25-30% of projects that get bid with multi-primes, or X number, that couldn't fill this out. And so I think we want data that can be filled out by everyone if we're going to do it. So, okay.
That would be another area that I would recommend be improved.
Question number 6 is, was the project modified due to cost?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
What would you typically see in question number 5? Give me an example of what would be in 5. Did this contract include any facilities or other construction that have not been identified on this form? Like a district administration office or something? I mean, I don't, somebody prompted this question. Do we know?
More often than not, the answer to that is no.
So maybe we don't need that form.
Yeah, maybe not.
Or that question.
Yeah, I mean, there's occasionally a yes answer to that. I don't have an average answer for you on that, because the average answer is no.
People are going to leave that, if they're going to fill it out as a yes, the costs associated with that thing are probably not going to be included in all the calculations that have gone on prior to this page, because it's just an oddball thing. So I would say maybe that's not a valid or a valuable question. And then on to 6, I think my question on 6 was the project modified due to cost at the time of bid is one answer or one question, versus we may modify the project during the life of the project due to costs of other things that come up during the construction period. So two different things. One would be a more accurate reflection of what it costs to build a school, and the other is more like, what did I unearth when I dug up something that's now costing me a ton of money and I now have to modify my project. So maybe just some clarification. If we think that that's still something we need to use, maybe some clarification about, was it modified at time of bid because of cost?
I think you could say yes to that question on every project. Because, if you look at what the district needs and the budgets, you can never get everything in the budget, so it's always modified.
I think some of that was back when we were looking at the districts that were not building, the whole complete school discussion, if we wanted to get back to there. So it's aiming to answer that question, maybe it should be asked elsewhere other than at a bid point. I don't know. But that.
If this whole page is going to be eliminated, there's another spot where you could ask that question. Really, it's really in the overall project cost. And it would be a descriptor item at the end, and you'd ask the question, is there something shown on the drawings that we weren't able to build? And it'd be a descriptive item, and you and everybody would have that information available. And if at all possible, they could put a dollar sign to it, an estimated or an actual, but that would include any kind of alternates that weren't able to be accomplished or any other items that were included in the bid documents or contract documents that or bid documents that didn't make it to contract.
Go ahead. Going back to number 5, I actually want to, Tasha, do you know if you've ever seen any of these that have answered yes, and do you know why that question? I wasn't sure if you had any experience with that.
No, I only seen a few of these.
Sorry, can you identify yourself?
Hi, I'm Tasha Brennan.
Tasha's a supervisor for the
Office of Public School Construction. I'm actually a supervisor on application review team, and I used to be Hannah's supervisor. When it came to the PIWs. So she's the more talented one, and when it comes to those questions. But when I do look over these, I think there was a very few that we did see that did have some information in there, but as far as what it was, I can't even tell you on the top of my head. It's very far and few in between. But I think what Fred was saying, this was, I think, trying to capture something that happened back in the day when everything was frenzy, everything was costing so much, and now that we're in a different time, things are totally different. And I think we're all here to try to figure out how to modify the question, maybe even clarify it further. And I don't think we should get rid of it, but maybe just, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I found one PIW in the 25 that I looked at that answered yes to this, and it was a multi-purpose gym, was the facility they put that they didn't, anyway, so who knows. So can you explain to me what is the meaning of 7A? I mean, I should know this, I guess, but which is answer the following question if received an adjusted grant amount on or after November 1st, 2007, where the facilities and their square footage was added, deleted, approved by, what's the rationale for that?
I think, again, it was going back to some of the change of scope of all the agencies concerned, that there was something different, whether more or less. Right.
Yeah.
But that was a long time ago, and I can't recall.
No, I think that was the
Yeah,
reason.
there was, and I'm not too sure why November 1st, 2007, but that's, must have been when we were doing it.
I think most districts actually don't answer this, because it's not a field that you're required to answer. Is that correct?
I don't believe it's a required field, and most districts, if they do answer it, just say yes.
Okay, so we're almost done, sorry. Number 8, were there any local requirements or ordinances the district had to meet that were not funded with state funds, roads, street improvements, utilities, fees? Now, in my limited review period of 25 or more of these, I found this was, I did see a lot of them that were answered yes, and they were typically related to street, roadway, and fees that were required by local agencies that were not funded under the state program. So if we're trying to capture that information, are we, it seems like it's an issue. Are we trying to capture it in the right way?
How do you get that information?
I don't know. Well, you probably know it if you're the facilities director.
Well, no, because it's bid. I'm bidding my project, and part of that project is maybe some street frontage improvements required by my local jurisdiction. It's not separated out. It's part of my bid package. So again, what methodology do I use to go find out how much that particular street improvement part of it cost?
Can we entertain a comment from one of our esteemed consultants, who I'm sure is very familiar with this?
Thank you. Richard Gonzalez and Associates. It's difficult to sit back there and having you go through all of these different pieces, knowing that I have comments on each one of them.
And we're happy to receive your comments.
Can't deal with them, but You know, initially when we started talking about service site development, under the lease purchase program, under that old program, when we determined the allowances for off-site, service site, and utilities, we were also required to calculate the building cost allowance for that project to determine that for the State Allocation Board. It was all part of the bid approval process. And all we did was took the allowance that was provided and accounted for by the staff as being the 100% value, if you will, of off-site, service site, and utilities, and subtracted that from the bid amount, and that became the net difference of the building cost allowance. That is a process that has been used in the past. The problem becomes, as you've just shared right now in this particular question, school districts now many times are required to develop all 4 sides of the school site, in which OPSC only allows 2 sides to be developed, where OPSC only provides the allowance for just the 2 sides. It is nearly impossible to sort out. I've had asked many of the architects and estimators, even through their schedule of values, to try and sort out some of these numbers, and it just doesn't work. We can't get an accurate value for you. So it's come down to the point where when I come to prepare these forms, I do exactly what I did when I was under the lease purchase program, and as I calculated, take the number you gave me as the allowable off-site, service site, and utility allowance at 100%, subtract that from the bid, and the rest becomes the building cost allowance. I know that hopefully that answers kind of both of those.
So that's going back to Dennis's original site development
originally, but that also responds back to her about, you know, when you overdo certain things and it's included in the bid, it's in the whole bid that Kathy made mention of, how do I sort that out? Well, that's kind of piece and part of all that same part. But it just can't be done. I've not had architects or bids professionals, cost estimators, construction managers being able to sort that all out for me. They give me a schedule of values, and that's what I'll get, and then get a lump sum value, and it doesn't seem to set out. And then you end up with projects like hers with 4 projects all in once, and then you got to really figure it out.
Thank you. So, okay, finally, reuse of plans. There's a question on reuse of plans. Is this, can we get any feedback? Is this an appropriate question for us to ask? Does it provide any valuable information relating to, actually, let me, since my mic is open, let's imagine that if you're analyzing data, you could do an analysis that looked at the cost of construction for a whole set of projects, and then you could query the data to say which one of those projects reused plans and what was the cost of the construction cost for that subset that reused plans. So that must be why we're asking the question, right? Somebody want to?
Yeah, to see if there's any cost savings.
Okay.
I think without knowing a lot more information about those projects, this is just saying, was it a reuse of plans, is not useful information, because every single reuse of plans that I've been involved with, and I've been involved with quite a few, are not just, okay, take this plan and slap it down on a new site and let's go to DSA. Yeah. But there are always changes. Primarily, there are changes to the site work. There have to be. It all has to be engineered. And those can be some of the more significant costs of a project. Plus, almost every district wants a few changes, you know, here and there to the buildings, and some of those can be significant. Sometimes they're not. But just by saying, was it a reuse of plans, I don't think is useful information.
Thank you.
And if they're built by different contractors at different times, then there really isn't any useful information there.
So we have a lot of other variables that come into play, okay? Reuse of plans and ways that districts can lower the costs of building schools are specifically mentioned in areas such as the charge of our citizen bond oversight committees. They are, yeah. Well, I'm just trying to understand. We're trying to understand. There's a connection here. I mean, is this information useful? I guess so. We want to understand. Does everybody on the committee? Are you telling me this is not information that's going to be useful at all? Okay. Well, good, Richard.
Useful for what? That it's actually done?
successfully, economically? I mean, what are you trying to ascertain by having the information?
I think that what they're trying to ascertain is, does it lower costs? And without having a whole slew of other information analyzed, I don't think you can say that it has any
Whose
impact.
costs or what costs?
Yeah.
Because we've dealt with this at DSA, if you have the same topography on the site, and your general environment is the same from one site to the other, and the ed spec's the same,
And the orientation is
everything's the same, but you have different contractors, there could be a variability. So it's very difficult to make that judgment. I'm sure there would be some cost savings. If it's the same district, probably more than some.
I don't think that, I truly don't believe that you could document, I mean, just because there is a difference in cost, I think you would have a very difficult time documenting that that was due to the reuse of plans. There are so many other variables involved in this that you know, putting it on reuse of plans, I think would be very difficult.
I don't think that this question in and of itself is trying to answer all those things. I think it's just a matter of whether you use it or not. And what's the purpose of the data? Well, let me ask you this. I mean, in terms of, let's say, architect fees, is there a difference in terms of a reuse of plans or not?
Typically, I went through this analysis a long time ago, and I think it's about the same. If I remember correctly, when you looked at all the different the documents that had to change, I mean, your site work changes, your civil engineering changes, your you've got part of your mechanical, part of your electrical, all those things change. I think it came down to be about, you could drop it down to about 85% of the original fee. So you saved about 15%. When you look at 15% of roughly an 8% fee on new construction, as compared to the total project cost, it's a drop in the bucket. I mean, it really has no major impact. The low bidder being in a good mood that day could probably save you more money than
there you go.
That.
Sure.
I would say, just like the question, was there something that was shown on the drawings that didn't get built, and could you put a dollar sign to it? You could ask the same question. Did you experience savings by the reuse of plans, and can you put a dollar amount to it without getting into too much trouble?
Okay. And then I guess we have a, do you want to identify yourself, sir? And can you let us know who you're representing to?
I'm not sure I can identify myself anymore. My name is Lyle Smoot, and I just have a basic question about this form, because this form says this information being collected to evaluate the bid climate. Why do you need to evaluate the bid climate? Number one, I don't know about every district, but in LA, we know what the bid climate is. You don't have to tell us. You don't have to collect data. We don't have to report it. We know what the bid climate is, and by the way, so does the State Allocation Board. So all of this information, if there is a need to have a bid climate analysis, I'd like to know what it is, because the only reason I can see to have a bid climate analysis is to determine if the annual adjustment that's never been made is being made because of extraneous reasons. I mean, in LA, it seems to us that, to me, I'll blame it on myself, because believe me, I'm out of this, but what was going on is that even the estimators were coming up 20 to 30% low as the bids were just climbing like crazy, and now it's reversing and they're going the other direction. So I don't know what value this form has. I don't know what intended purpose it has. So before you can ask all these questions, and by the way, at least 2/3 of these questions have nothing to do with bid climate, or at least if they do, I can't figure it out. The only things that have anything to do with bid climate on this form is how many bidders bid the project and what was the date, so you can put them in order. After that, all the rest of this stuff, maybe it's nice to have. And one, I understand your perspective is better to have more information than less. Well, I don't think anybody will argue too much with that if there's a purpose to providing the information. Most of this information has nothing to do with bid climate, and there's no reason to go after bid climate anyway. I just don't understand the whole reason for having the form, because nobody cares. I mean, yeah, people care, but they already know everything they need to know to care. I can't imagine that there's some general public out there that's going to go, hey, I want to find out about big climate in the school facilities arena, okay, and so start looking at this form. So I think before you go any further about the details of here, you got to ask the question, what are you doing it for?
So, thank you. So I guess...
Anytime.
Go ahead.
So what you're saying is that the bid climate has no impact on the total project cost of school construction?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay, so what
I'm saying is
you're saying that
you don't need this form to figure out if there's a bid climate issue that is being reflected in your bids.
I suspect that that's the reason why it was added, to evaluate how the bid climate affects the total construction of schools in California.
Have you done that? Have you done that with this form?
The only thing we don't know. Okay, and again, I don't know.
Then you can go to the professionally developed indexes, historical data on bidding climate, and relate the bid date to that data. So all you need is a bid date.
I'd also like to add, I think to Paul's point, and correct me if I didn't understand it, but I think the square foot data that we provide in this, when you take the total cost, break it out by the square footage, is going to tell you what that bid data is, and when you tie it to the year, I think the first two questions are valid, and I think you can easily throw them right at the very front of the PIW, under, the information, and then extrapolate the cost based on the square footage, and then go back and do a trend, because this report's not going to control bid data for next year or the year after. It's to evaluate what happened in the past.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you can't tell me what happened in the past is going to be in the climate that we've had in the last 10 years. I don't know if you can really, or maybe 50 years. You're going to be able to tell me 2, 3, 4 years ago, down the road what it's going to look like based on this report. And I think if you just are trying to get a gauge as to where we've come from, then I think just a simple analysis of the year the bid was made, number of bidders, and the square foot and the total project cost will give you the data to put the nice chart together.
And we'll get more information too. I mean, in terms of when these things were discussed, what was the rationale behind it? Again, that was what I suspect that's why it was added, but I don't have all the...
Lyle asked for it to be added then. Okay.
Just the comment on the number of bidders, we touched on this before. I've got clients who do typical design bid build, and there's maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bidders. Got another client who does multiple prime, 35 packages.
Oh, yeah.
How many bidders is that?
140.
140. And so what even can you draw from that? I don't know that you can...
Good point, actually. Definitely.
Lease back. If you do lease back, and they bid, you've selected the general contractor up front, and they bid all the prime packages. You got the same thing.
Yep. So actually, hold on before I call on you. Can we just bird walk on that? What you just said? And is there anywhere on the form where we ask what the project delivery method was? Anyway, never mind.
Just another interesting way of maybe asking a question, the same question. Was your project modified in scope due to the current bid climate? So in other words, in preparing your scope of your project, did you change some things because you knew you were going to be bidding in a better climate or a worse climate? Just a different way of asking a question that comes up with a different answer.
Mm-hmm.
Because
similar to number 7.
We've sort of done that.
But it's a variant of number 7.
But that's a good question, because that gets at whether you modify the documents before you went to bid.
Right.
So that is a good question.
All right. So can we take a moment and go through, just briefly review the high performance page? And actually, Mr. Orr is still here. Can you come up and, do you have some thoughts you could share in terms of specific ideas for improvement or concepts that we could look at that Jeremy can write down for us? Yeah, just a second, yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Bill. Good afternoon. Bill Orr with the Collaborative for High Performance Schools. I've thought about this a couple of ways, just by way of quick historical context. I think everyone's focus when the regulations changed a year ago was really on getting the new incentive package in place, and I don't think as much attention was paid to the factors that were being considered in this form. It was something we were trying to do sort of in parallel with the high performance package. I guess there's three things that I'd like to share. First of all, to quote a study, actually my favorite, that looks at the cost of green buildings or high performance schools, is actually called The Cost of Green Revisited. It's a report that was done by Davis Langdon several years ago. And I think it sort of reframes the question that we're trying to answer here, which is how much more does it cost, what does it cost? And the reason that sort of reframed the question is what they actually looked at was simply where did the construction costs for the green buildings fall relative to just buildings in general. And they looked at it by sector, and they didn't have a specific K through 12 sector, but they did have an educational sector that included K through 12 schools. And what they found consistently throughout the sectors is that construction costs, the green projects versus the non-green projects, it just simply fell within the normal range of construction costs. And so probably in its simplest form, one of the questions that we could just simply say is, what was the construction cost on a square footage basis or on a per pupil basis, and simply see how did the construction costs for the projects that got HPI, how did they vary from all of the other projects? And so at its most basic level, that's, I think, something that's worth asking. Beyond that, it gets into simply by asking the question, how much more did it cost? You're sort of implying that it did cost more. And I think one of the things that I've seen is school districts have implemented programs in ways that it becomes part of their district standards. Design firms have basically, whether or not you've built it into their project scope or not, that's simply how they do business. And so, it's how you've captured, how you've internalized or externalized those costs can vary pretty dramatically. But just looking at the things that we've got on the form, in the first area, on the differential hard costs, I would be more inclined to look at it based on systems than individual components. And some of the systems that could be looked at, the major building systems that CHIPS looks at would be the HVAC system, the lighting and daylighting, indoor air quality as a general indoor parameter, acoustics. I know that when the HPI regs were going forward, I think one of the areas where there was a feeling that there could be more costs was to meet the acoustical requirements. Also interior finishes, where you're going to have a lot of your recycled content and other green products utilized. A couple of the other categories that I think could be considered on a systems basis would be water conservation measures, interior and exterior, waste reduction in terms of reducing the amount of construction and demolition material, and finally other site-related issues. And those are sort of the starting place categories. I would try not to go into too much more depth than that, but if you can identify, look at some of those on more of a systems basis. And then the last area was just in terms of the additional high-performance incentive grant information that has energy savings and student achievement and other benefits realized. And I think the challenge I see with these is simply a matter of timing. That based on when we're talking about these these forms being prepared, you're really probably not going to get the data to answer these in a meaningful way. So, for example, just in terms of energy, you might be able to say what is your predicted above Title 24 as far as your energy modeling is concerned. But one of the things that we're seeing around the country is that there's a fairly dramatic departure between modeled values and actual performance. And I think in the end, what's really going to matter more is actual energy use measured with something like an energy use index, which can be either in BTUs or KWs on a per square foot basis. And I think that's more meaningful. But if you're not looking for that on the front end, it's difficult to measure what's your baseline in comparison to that. Some states have established baselines for that. Others are using tools like Energy Star Portfolio Manager or Energy Star Target Finder, which is actually a tool to estimate energy use prior to construction. So I think those are some tools that would be really helpful. So I think as a long-term solution, that would be a very important, both on the front end in terms of designing for actual energy use as opposed to simply meeting Title 24, and then on the back end, measuring it against that. In the other categories of student achievement, I simply don't know how, given the time frames that we're looking at here, that you're going to have any ability to measure student performance. And if you did, what would be your baseline or control for whatever that group is? And so I think those are the key observations that I would, just in summary, first is, did it go after the HPI costs or the program or not? How did that fall into the overall construction costs? Looking at any incremental costs on more of a systems basis. I guess I didn't mention soft costs. I know one of the things that, again, this sort of gets into the point where I was talking about some districts and some practices include those within their normal offerings. So sort of plucking them out, if they didn't hire a green consultant to do the documentation for them, it's going to be more of a challenge to say, well, what did that really cost? Because that's simply how they do business. And I think there's a growing expectation on the part of school districts that that is part of the baseline package. But, you know, there are figures that are thrown out in terms of what documentation costs are. So I think those soft costs should include, if you're going to go there, would be commissioning costs, especially if you're going for advanced or enhanced commissioning, and also sort of what the documentation costs were, recognizing that there's real limitations there. And
sure.
When you were talking about the some of the cost breakdowns, particularly for the potential energy savings, were you talking about also on an annualized basis?
Absolutely. It would be BTU or KWs per square foot per year.
So could I characterize your comments to be that we might need to do a wholesale revision of this page?
I would say so. Yeah, bottom line. And decide how much in depth do you really want to go. And like you were talking about for some of the others, is sort of start with what do you really want to get out of it, and then figure out what do you really need to ask to get the answers to those questions.
Gotcha. Yes.
Weren't there some changes to this for renewable energy?
We have those draft changes that we're going to be adding. So one of the things that we do want to do as part of SB 128, but also in an overall way, is capture data wherever school districts are putting in renewable energy systems, have that be reported on this form, whether or not they use the HPI grant.
The other thing I wanted to say is that I'm a little bit surprised that energy is the one that is characterized on this, emphasized on this, because HPI, I mean, that's just one part of actually 6 different categories of the HPI program, actually 5, we eliminated the one. But it's all energy here. And how do you characterize some of the other factors? And up under the differential hard costs, you know, I mentioned daylighting earlier. How do you put that in this chart and say what's the differential cost? Or low VOC materials, that's another one. Or How do you characterize those costs?
Well, in looking at the interior environment, I think the key ones that I'd really want to look at is the quality and quantity of light, thermal comfort, acoustics, and indoor air quality.
Yes.
I just wanted to say, rather than having to make a huge electronic revision to the form that you already have, one way may be just to reduce the number of required fields. So, and that that way you could focus on the larger items with the required field and leave the more detailed information as optional fields until a later date.
Well, and Paula, we're in luck because Mr. Morales shared with us earlier that we don't actually have this page fully implemented electronically yet. So we're in good shape.
Well, I'm talking about this and the other.
Yeah, the others we have more changes. So, okay.
One, or for staff. On the two charts, 5 and 6, is it, maybe you haven't figured this out or not, but are you going to just leave it up to the district to fill those in and the amount of detail, or is it going to go by the number of categories that were actually on the submittal, the HPI submittal to DSA and individual elements, or what's the thought there?
I think we were going to, and Brian can help me out here, but I think it was just going to be up to the school districts. I don't know that we were going to limit it or require that it just be based on the HPI categories.
That's correct.
So, Brian, could you, when we go through DSA with a high-performance school project, DSA don't they send a scorecard to OPSC?
Yes, it's a DSA-1 form is what it's called.
Yeah, okay. And I recall receiving those at the district.
HPI-1, sorry.
HPI-1, that's right. And they want to, so we've got a data field coming over at us already with some HPI information. So you know where I'm going with this, right? So we've got DSA data that basically could populate some of this, including the number of points, right? The number of points is on there. It also indicates the percent above Title 24, so it already shows an energy-saving metric, if you will. I don't have it totally emblazoned in my mind about what other data is on there, but I think there's some information that we're getting already from a state agency that comes in the door that could populate some of this pretty easily.
I don't think there's anything other than what you mentioned.
Yeah, those two are the big things.
Correlates. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think there is. I think it's essentially the rest of the document is a breakdown by category of where they got their points.
Well, and I think that's an interesting point because when Mr. Orr was talking about, he was talking about it in the differential cost areas, but he mentioned all the different categories, including water conservation. I mean, so maybe one of the things you would look at if you were trying to assemble data about what people are doing is did you receive points in what areas did you receive the points in or whatever, or some way that you would look at that. So anyway, did you have a comment, Richard? Thanks, Paul.
Hello again, Richard Gonzalez from Richard Gonzalez and Associates. It seems to me the questions at the end of the HPI section talk about what benefits did you get from the HPI allowances. If we're in fact turning in these things in the time frame that OPSC is asking for it, we're essentially turning in the final one at occupancy. Doesn't it take time to generate that? How do we give that information to you in ahead of time, other than just saying estimates, and you have that already, as you've alluded to, on the 24% kind of?
I mean, I think the questions, in my perspective, would be that the questions are well-intentioned,
Yes.
but probably impossible to answer. Yes.
Just a comment, and I think I'm piggybacking here on what I've been hearing. I would be more interested from a practitioner's point of view of knowing what other districts are opting to do to achieve points. So in other words, what's the most common? Is everybody throwing up solar? Is everybody doing wind? Is everybody doing fuel cell? Whatever. And I think that would be one thing that would be of benefit to me from a practitioner's point of view. And then the other thing would be, and this would have to be down the road, and this is the timing thing we keep talking about, did you realize the savings that you were estimating? Because I think as we go forward with green and sustainable and all those lovely things we talk about, some are going to be more successful than others, and of course it depends on where you live. But I just think from a global perspective, it'd be kind of nice to know that information.
Thank you. It's good. Any other comments on that? Did you have any comments that you want to share on this, the PIW piece on the high performance? Brian?
Me? No. Thank you.
I mean, I think...
Well, I would add one thing just to Kathy's,
Okay,
to Kathy's comment just now. I don't know if DSA tracks the particulars of their reviews, but I think that'd be... I would sure like to see what the most common points are, where they're obtained. That would have been helpful for us in our work group meetings. But the HPI grants were so new at the time. Well, I shouldn't say they were so new. They were so little used that I don't think it would have been very... It wouldn't have really told us much, but maybe that's something that Teresa and Lydia at DSA could help us with. I don't know.
Yep.
Well, is that, I mean, not to put you on the spot, but is that something that, do you have a database where you save that information? Okay.
You know, when you evaluate the projects,
Mm-hmm.
I think when you give certain points for certain things, I think they track what you get points for, so.
Okay.
Now, because
I won't hold you to it.
No, thank
Yeah.
you. I'm guessing that that's about it, but, you know, I've said things that have gone before.
I don't think your mic is on. Your mic's not on.
Well, then it doesn't count.
Oh, okay.
I was saying that if Brian checked with them, we could probably find some valid information.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Rohr, appreciate it. Thank you, Brian. So I know people may have other general comments, but if you just bear with me, we're almost done. Could we go to the page of the project information worksheet that relates to the classrooms and spaces, the facility page, information page, which is page, whatever, 13 in your handouts. And could we just go through this briefly and take comments that people might have on this section of the page and what the information that's here that we're trying to get, or what improvements we could make? So I'd be happy to entertain comments from the audience or from the committee. Well, hearing none, I have some. No, I'm just kidding. But I think that the areas which talk about the three columns at the bottom under the component types that talk about essentially changing square footages over time in the project probably are not very useful, and that we should consider removing those, since it's a very unlikely, in my opinion, that the project changes its scope after you've already bid it, and changes square footage in any meaningful way. But I guess we could figure out.
Start again, sorry. Get to the beginning of that.
Delete the three columns of square footage changes for the first report, second report, and final expenditure report. Or I'm just raising the broader issue, do we really need that information? Because 99% of the projects, they don't change. And so is this really something we want to waste valuable space on if we're trying to, on this form, and valuable time on it?
Set a ballot box down at the bottom that says, if there are changes, explain.
Yeah, that's good. Fred?
The part on the outdoor physical education facilities, some of the reports I've seen have been not consistent with what you would expect, like a baseball field and stadium reporting at an elementary school. So I don't know what, self-reporting and, people, yeah, I don't know. What typically I would imagine the site size would give us an understanding of those things, or the opportunity to have those. So I don't know what we were aiming at here, other than we're trying to find pools and stadiums or something.
So
that
CD's not interested if these things are being...
Well, we're interested, but, yeah, so, we do that on our side. reported here. I don't know if it adds anything, and it is vague in some places. Someone could report 4 softball diamonds, but it's just 4 backstops put on a grassy field. What does that mean?
So is it a matter of asking the right questions, or just whether we should ask at all?
I don't know. I mean, what are we trying to find out? Other things we don't ask about are parking lots. Is that some here somewhere? Upper left, parking lot?
Well, we're asking about parking structures in one area.
Parking lots, all those. So that's just that, because the ones I've seen, the answers may not be giving us what we want. Well.
So what are we trying to get out of this information? I mean, presumably we're trying to get a characterization of the facilities that were built using state bond dollars and local bond dollars, right?
Right.
So we're trying to say, we're trying to say that, there were outdoor physical education facilities, there were classrooms built, what were those facilities? I think it's a valid set of data, but we may not be asking it the right way.
Like question. A dirt track or an all-weather. There's a number of, just like anything else, a number of layers of that, and if a more general is how much grass, how much hard court,
Well, and is your soccer field a soccer field during that season and turns into something else?
Yeah.
Because you're not, then you wouldn't be, lots of those, yeah.
Right.
You wouldn't want to count it twice.
Yeah,
if
and
it serves
that's
2 purposes.
I just think some of that data integrity or usefulness on it gets clouded.
I go back to the whole issue of all these little categories, and the one that maybe I tend to want to lump a lot of stuff into is other. So, if we do end up having to have these categories, maybe there can be an additional one that includes mechanical rooms, electrical rooms, and data rooms, MDFs, IDFs, et cetera, so that custodial closets. So it's not considered administrative. It is support, building support or operational support. And then maybe just, I don't know, what's a standalone cafeteria? So is that, that's not to say they're never going to play ball in there. What's definitions of those categories, I guess? I don't know.
Okay.
How big of a performing arts facility? How many seats?
I think one of the things that we definitely heard, and I think staff had already, we've actually gotten comments from the state allocation board members regarding what's other, what is other, right? And so, but the danger, it seems to me, in breaking down other in some of the things that you just said, which are good, but it's that we're kind of drilling down lower and lower, and if it is, so what level do we want to collect the data at?
I don't think she's asking, she wants to break down electrical rooms and mechanical rooms. I think she wants the definition of what other includes.
I just think we go back to our simplicity thing here. Classroom square footage, maybe administrative square footage, and, other. And if you do have a gym, do we really care how big the bathrooms are? You're going to have X number of fixtures anyway by CDE, so, do we really care how many square footage, what the square footage of my standalone restroom is versus the one that's tacked onto an end of a classroom building?
So no, there's good comments. Fred, what does the CDE in your application, how do they characterize in the 408 or the 407, the submittal that we did? Can you give me some, this is really your area.
Right. Well, the typical letters would say things such as classrooms or science or any of those categories. With pretty much, it looks like all of these. We would say restroom, perhaps probably not just a restroom building, just that you have restrooms, which, but.
It's true, there's no computer lab.
Yeah, I know when we had the discussion about this, that came up, and various versions had like specialized classrooms because they were different. But
There's also nothing in there
where it went.
interior corridors. I mean, if you go with multi-story, or if you go with, all interior corridors, that can eat up a lot of space.
Well, and special ed classrooms are going to
Special ed,
be
yeah.
larger, so that's going to skew your
Maybe.
numbers. Your medical therapy units, if you're building them on your campus, that's going to really skew your numbers.
So is there, in the 407, is there a tabulation in the CDE form that you receive? I mean, I know there's...
Yes, at the back, there's a schedule of spaces of, not the full architectural type, but of the basic, kind of like this stuff here.
Fred, I get a chance. I have the microphone on.
Now's a good chance.
I don't mean to interrupt, Fred, but...
Save me.
You have the Performing Arts Academy or the Science Academy. Obviously, those are built with classrooms related to, among other things, performing arts and science. So is that would this be applicable? Obviously, those would be subsets as the broad overall high school. There would be a specialized, I don't know if it's only 400 students instead of 1,200 or whatever it is, but that, I don't know how many of those are built as opposed to just, normal high schools, or if it's in the urban areas or whatever, but that would be a unique, I think, type of a educational facility that would this be easily applicable to something like that? And if I'm drilling down way too far, I apologize, but it just seems to be that things can get rather complicated overall when you have those capabilities.
Yeah, where do I count my classroom that's typically part of a performing arts building? I don't know.
So, go ahead.
I think the components are what we typically see. We have some in our regulations in terms of minimum essential facilities. We have some in CDEs, plan approval letters in terms of, whether it's libraries, admin, those kind of things. So the component types here, the square footage, and then even the outdoor education facilities, it's all based on what is built. And what components are being built in the school to take a look at the total project cost, and then again, you can look at, analyze, and well, this school didn't have a library, didn't have a gym, or had a performing arts square facility that was so large. Again, it's to use that data and to demonstrate, again, what was built. Not just 20 classrooms, 60,000 square feet. Okay, well, there might be some taxpayers out there want to know, well, what did you get out of it? Did you get how many classrooms, was there cafeterias, was there a kitchen, library, was there adequate outdoor play fields? It's partly to determine the total project cost, what was in the project, and also partly to demonstrate what the bond funds built.
I think we'd all, well, I'll say for me, we'll agree with that. I think we want to be able to provide the voters for the next bond what it is that we've built, how big we've built it. Are we shrinking the square footage of our classrooms, or are we growing them? It's good information to have, and I think as we go through and kind of tweak this up a little bit and remove some of the reporting requirements, but I'm just wondering, just from a simplicity standpoint, is it better maybe instead of trying to sit here and identify, what should be on the form, is it easier probably just to maybe look at these as drop boxes, and then you can fill in what your project has and trying to guess what the project will look like. You then can define the form by the drop box and fill in what your classrooms, what your special education classroom is, what your kindergarten, and you fill in and define the form based on your project instead of the reverse, the form defining your project. Maybe it's just a way of kind of making the form a little user-friendly than debating about what should or shouldn't be on the form, but maybe having a long list of different types of scenarios on a drop box for each one of these lines, and you can just go in and just pick which one makes sense for your project.
Yeah. Do we have drop-down boxes right now, Anna, Natasha? Is it just
on the
on
construction type?
We do not have drop-down boxes for the component type.
But you do have it for construction
On
type.
the construction type, we do.
Correct.
But not for the actual, like, is it a classroom versus a...
Special ed or a kitchen, right.
Yeah.
If we can create that, I think it would probably make the form a little more user-friendly.
So these two gentlemen, I'm sorry, you have another one?
I do have two more.
Okay, good.
What I wanted to get, and this is maybe just more for clarification, above where it talks about the parking structure, The program is funded by stalls, if I'm not mistaken. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but we're funded by the number of stalls in the parking, not the square footage of the parking structure. So we're kind of reversing the reporting. I was just trying to figure out from the purposes of a grant or purposes of just reporting, do we want to know more about the stalls because that's tied to what we've been funding, or do we want to know more about the square footage of the size of the parking structure?
Yeah, because I think most of the people north of LA would put down no. Maybe the Bay Area folks.
Yeah, because
I've never built a parking structure.
You're going to have flat land. You're not going to have structure. You're going to have open space.
I'm going to have a parking
I'm going to
lot.
have 5 stories.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have both.
So number of stalls,
But I think from a
is
general
very
statewide basis, I think the number of stalls is more representative of what the need is on the site versus the square footage of the facility for that particular issue.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it was a structure, to be honest.
Okay, just want to add that there. And then the last one, I'm not sure what the purpose of the box on the far right that has all the grade levels. What are we filling in that section over there? Is that square foot per?
So what you fill in is on the right-hand column, you check the box for what grade level, say 7 and 8, and then in the right-hand column, you put the total number of pupils that are served by the facility.
Is that instruction on the form? Because it's not here on the printout.
I think it is. And so
here, but I think it does say.
It's blank, so it's hard to tell what the expectation.
It is blank. That's
Yeah.
I didn't notice that before, but I believe it used to be in there. And the form itself, you know, those little question marks.
Yeah, it does say it on there.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. I just couldn't tell.
Is that different than the grant
Before I let these
used
gentlemen go.
or kids enrolled?
I think, well, this is an interesting question, because one of the things we need to sort out on this page, and there's actually, is, first of all, on one part of the page, we ask for the master plan site capacity.
Which CD is going to provide to us, right?
I got that part, but then on another part of the page, we ask in that column we were just talking about for the enrollment of the students that will be served in the classrooms that you're building. And so right now we have a per pupil grant program, and if we're eventually, I think we want to end up with a project cost per pupil. What number do you use? Do you use the master plan site capacity? Or, okay, and Fred's saying no, I think that's right too, but it's a little confusing to have both on there. Or just in terms of where we end up looking at the data. So anyway, just a comment. So these gentlemen have been very patient. Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you. Richard Gonzalez, again, Richard Gonzalez and Associates. I was going to make mention of the master plan issue. Don't know why we are needing that in relationship to this particular project. Most of the projects that I've been having over the last couple of years have all been additions to existing schools. I haven't really had any new schools constructed, and I don't know if there have been very many. And then again, the confusion with listing over here on the other side. What happens if you have a 6-8 school and you're building 2 classrooms? What do we list? 13 of one and 27 in the other 2? What do I put in for the number of students being served? It's still a 6-8 school. There are 3 classrooms built for 6-8 purposes. I think in the moving to the component types, again, simplicity. I'd recommend that you just leave the multi and the cafeteria combined. Take out the cafeteria standalones. Change the performing arts to auditorium. Take out the restroom buildings, and then, as I think Kathy may have alluded to, is maybe having the question mark, which kind of lists a whole lot of other things that could be listed under other, so that the only things you have to get square footages for would be those general headings: classrooms, multi, kitchen, library, gym, shower, locker, auditorium, admin, and other. Lastly,
hold on, would you repeat your specifics, because Jeremy wants to write them down.
Classrooms, multi, which would also include the cafeteria.
I need to see it or something. Or something to run down or somebody can. Okay. One more time, Richard, I'm sorry.
Okay, it's all right. Classrooms.
Yeah.
The multi-cafeteria.
Yeah.
Kitchen. Library. Gym shower lockers. Admin. Auditorium. And lastly, others. Without listing them, they would just be lumped together.
So science would be included in classrooms, and
Yes.
computer lab would be a classroom?
Yes, they would include and this is the interesting part, labs and regular classrooms, lecture classrooms for what we call the standard K-12 student. But then what do you do with the special eds? They not only do get the special ed classroom, which is a classroom, but they get therapy space. Then the question becomes, where would you want to put the therapy? And you may want to, I'm not having a particular place in my mind. It could be part of multi, it could be part of other, it could be included as the classroom. I'm not particular on those, either one of those points.
Really good point. So did you catch that, Jeremy? What I heard as part of that discussion was that there's really no way to identify special education facilities.
And separate out the classrooms from the non-classroom components that they need.
Okay. You're really pushing that Dropbox thing.
Okay. Then, if we intend to keep the little box to the right, which talks about the total square footage, that's permanent, portable, and modular, that's kind of a function of what's over here already. Couldn't that just be an automatic calc?
That's good, and I think we agree that should be automatically populated from the other side.
Okay.
I think that's a really good idea.
Which then means if you already know what, if we get to the point where we say we know what the building cost is, you already know the building area, it should automatically populate your cost per square foot.
Yeah, exactly. This is, and the instructions in here, to me, are incorrect for the building cost per square foot. So I think that's something that we need to modify. I'm not even sure why it's on this page, but, in other words, this is not a cost page. This is a project information page, and all the cost information is on the previous page. So, I mean, from a conceptual standpoint, we should probably put it over there.
Why is there a box for original estimate?
That's, we don't need that. Okay. So you got that on the building cost per square foot, Jeremy? The box at the bottom.
Yeah.
Modifications. Okay.
We're going to put auto-populate, right?
And
What was the second part?
potentially move it from this page and put it on the cost page. Hannah, did you have a comment?
Just if you're going to move it to the cost, if you're going to move it to the cost page, it's going to be kind of weird because it won't show up until you fill in the square footage page.
Oh.
Parse cost, second part square footage, then you combine them together, and then you go cost per square foot.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess, okay. Mr. Smoot?
Thanks. Lyle Smoot. I heard some conversation about reducing the number of times the report was submitted, and I don't know if you figured that out or not, but I'd like to suggest that as a part of this discussion, you should ask how many times should this report be done, period, because I think it is becoming more and more clear that the information that is submitted at the time of the fund release is totally estimates and has no real value in terms of the three purposes that you've stated, and even assuming you keep the last purpose that I personally don't see any reason to have bid evaluation as a part of this anyway, but I don't see any reason to have three reports.
Okay.
I only see a need for, there may be a need for two. Personally, I think there's only a need for one, and that's at the end of the project. But I think you need to have that discussion. Do you really need, is there value that is worth the hassle and cost to the school districts of submitting this form with the fund release? And I think that's a pretty basic conversation you really need to have.
And I think we agreed that we're going to take a look at how many, we're going to streamline it, whether it's two, whether it's one, we don't know, but we are going to take a look at the number of times that needs to be submitted.
So let me just, I think there's a whole lot of issues here. One of them is that the length of time before a final expenditure report is submitted under this program is very long, potentially. We're talking 4 years, I mean, a long time. And so, just from the standpoint of having information about facilities that are being built in a time frame, I mean, if you just relied on a final report, and I know many states do rely on final report, and I agree that's the most accurate one, but I think there is something to be said for having some information at the beginning when you, because remember, and I would disagree with the characterization that what you know when you file a 5005 is just all estimates. It's not, because you have to be under contract.
50%.
Okay, but I mean, and I'll share with you that in every single project that I did when I was at a school district, we were 100% under contract every time we got fund release, because, anyway, that's all right. But, so, I think just partly related to the amount of time that elapses between the funding, fund release, and the start of the projects, and the time that you would submit your final expenditure report, it leaves a kind of long void in the data available for the program.
You know, I don't disagree with that statement, okay? And you're absolutely right. If you wait till the final expenditure report before you get any information, you are a long ways down the line. No argument with that. So that just means maybe you just say, I don't know, pick a time period. Say at the end of the third year from the date you filed your 5005, you file a PIW, you know, or something, or what the expenditure report that is the third one. I don't know what the appropriate time is, quite frankly. I haven't really spent that much time trying to figure it out. But I don't think that's an unreasonable thing. I think if you'll allow me to use the term unreasonable, the unreasonable period of time is with the 5005. That is a time period that is a crunch time period for districts. Like Eric was saying earlier, if we're filing, how many modernization projects did you file? 200? If you're filing 200, that's really a difficult time period to attach to the fund release when I don't see any value added to the program to have it at that point in time. So I like your idea that you're reviewing it, and if you can just, you know, find appropriate times. I'd like to add another comment, though, about the
Let's make sure Jeremy gets that one. No requirement to submit with fund release. You got that? Okay, good. It's part of it, huh?
Big letters, big letters.
Would it make a difference if the reimbursements?
I'm sorry?
Reimbursements at the 5005 stage. At that point, the project is already completed. Should we consider them separately, differently?
Well, you know, that's a question that's an interesting question. And if you're asking for reimbursement, the project's assumedly done. So, and you're not asking for the money to get the project going, I would think that reimbursements could be treated differently. You know, you could, I mean, if the form is submitted, let's just say, for sake of conversation, the form is submitted at the end of the third year, or if you're asking for reimbursement with the fund release. I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be a reasonable thing to do at that point in time. And I can see Eric over there going, wait a minute, we got 200 of these things.
The only thing thank you, Lyle. The only thing I would just, reimbursements I think go to the heart of what we're talking about, because you have that data at a certain point in time as opposed to the end for a typical school district. I still want to raise the point that there is still a workload issue when we're still dealing with the priorities and funding. We can't overlook that point. No matter, Bill, I appreciate what you're saying, but you're putting too much of a crunch on the front end versus the back end, because in the back end you can control when your projects are completed a little bit more, when that final expenditure is going to be submitted, so you have a better opportunity to control your workload at the local level as well as at OPSC to some degree, so it's not at wall at one time.
Well, so from a data collection standpoint, would a project, so let's say that we didn't require a submittal at the 5005 at the fund release, but that the first submittal would be at the first expenditure report. So what percentage of projects in the new construction world, in your world, are going to be under contract and have a good, valid data set at that time.
Well, the first expenditure report, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, is tied to 1 year after your fund release. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The crunch is still the exact same.
A year later?
Well, it's all tied. It's if I'm able to do the, report a little sooner, I don't have the luxury of reporting a little later. And so I think there just needs to be some, maybe not tied to a particular point in time that's it's strict, that maybe there's a way to say when you're at 60% completion, 70% completion, something where there's a point in time that's relevant to the project that can be better space as opposed to a definitive date and time.
So, I mean, and if we can reach a stage with stakeholders, the state, and we can all reach a stage where we agree on the data we're collecting and that it's all accurate, and we've agreed on a methodology to analyze it, and we can, I'm sorry, I know. And then what our interest is, if we've reached that point, is in looking at the changes in the cost of construction related to the CCI, but then we would have, our interest would be to have data as soon as possible for every project, right? And so I'm concerned again about the time frame, letting things drag on where the data, it really represents information that's multiple years old that we're going to be looking at.
If we get to a point where the process is very simplified, that the state agencies can help populate the data that was already previously submitted through the 5005 and the 5004, and that the school districts aren't having to spend a lot of time, energy repopulating this.
This is a match program,
The match made in heaven.
Okay, hold on. What's it unfinished?
But I just think if we can work towards streamlining this and then reevaluate the timeline, I think that's fair. I just think at this point in time, I don't think that's something that we can agree to.
Yes, Dennis.
What's the criticalness of or the timeliness of this? Why does it have to be as soon as possible? I mean, this data is basically going to be used down the road. It's not going to be used for anything essential right now, correct? I mean, well, let me ask it another way. What are you using this data for now?
We're not, at this point.
Exactly.
Well, we're providing reports to the board
In terms
related
of-
to the number of facilities built, of different types, right?
Right, and the data, I mean, and I think what you're getting at is in terms of doing an analysis on the cost for potential adjustments to the per pupil grant amount.
Right.
There was several attempts made years ago. We did use the data. There was reports. The board didn't accept them.
Right.
Since then, we haven't done another report. So is there going to be another one in the near future? I'm not sure. I don't know. But that's just getting to the one part of the PIW.
Correct.
Not the other two. So in terms of timeliness or why it's needed now, for purpose of the adjustments, maybe not so much, but for the other two, I think it's always.
Actually, I guess I'd answer your question a little bit differently than Juan. We're about to engage in a discussion over the next 2 years about the next bond at the state level in California.
Right.
How about that? And wouldn't it be good if we had accurate data and information about what it costs to build schools that we could inform that discussion?
It would, but this isn't giving us that.
Well, it may, but that's why we're here. We're talking about developing better data and better methodologies to analyze it.
But I still don't see the critical nature of the timing nature of this. I think if it were done at the first interim, whatever it is, rather than right after the bid, that would be fine.
Yeah. Well, actually, I do too. Okay. All right. Yes, did you have more, Mr. Schmidt?
I had a suggestion. I'm not sure I followed all of Richard's conversations. He may have already covered this, so if he did, just tell me to shut up and go away, and don't do it now, though.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
If you started at the top of the page under this component type calculation, and I agree with what you're saying, I don't think you need to have square footages 9 times or whatever it is. If you start at the top of the total square footage in the project and just said measure the exterior walls of all the buildings in the project, you've got the total square footage. Okay? Then if you want these other things, the square footages and numbers of classrooms, et cetera, like Richard was pointing out, take them out one at a time, and then just everything else come under all other, no need to delineate, okay? And just then it could be a function of you got the total square footage, and I don't think total square footage, if you just say it's the measurements of all the buildings at the exterior walls times the number of stories in the buildings, then you've got something that's simple to calculate, and everybody will do it exactly the same. And believe me, having gone through years and years of trying to figure out what a square foot is, I think the simpler you make it, the better your data. And so, especially since what you're really trying to do in most of this stuff is have comparative data so that everything is, this is compared to the same thing at a different time, etc. So if you just start with that, and then if you've got to have square footage classrooms, okay, how many classrooms do you have? Times 960 or whatever your square footage is that you're calling a classroom, because all of that other stuff, the area in the wall, where does that go? All of this other stuff is nice to talk about, but you can measure classrooms from the outside walls, inside walls, or the center line, and you'll come up with a different answer, of course, each time. So if you just say, what's the total square footage in the project? Because that's really what you're looking for to try to figure out the total cost. After that, it's just information that's nice to have for a multitude of other reasons. I mean, I can understand why you want to know how many square feet of multi-purpose room there is in a project, cafeteria, gymnasium. I understand the need to have that data. But if you just start off with the total square footage and then let districts decide how to calculate the other square footages, how many square footage in your classrooms, your other facilities, and then just subtract, B through G or whatever that is from A, that gives you all other, and you're done with it. You don't have a lot of those issues about how the heck do you calculate it and who's going to do it. I think basically anybody with a decent tape measure can figure out the square footage of a classroom, although I'll tell you, sometimes it's kind of hard because you don't have classrooms that look like this. You have classrooms that look like this, I'm just saying, the simpler you can make that calculation, the better your data set is going to be.
Okay.
And the fewer times you ask for it, the better off you're going to be, too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
You already have the regulations for how to determine square footage. Just go back to the lease purchase program and cut and paste. It's all there on how to determine the square footage.
Thank you. Okay, so if you have made it to 320 in room 447, you qualify as a true school facilities nerd. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming. I do want to note. I have one request. Hold on. Yes. Okay. Yeah. All right. So closing comments from.
Can I go first?
Go ahead.
Again, thank you very much. It's been wonderful to be able to discuss this form. And I think we can all agree that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I would really, really encourage the use of the practitioners to evaluate what you come up with next and let us give it a shot. Give one to LA that builds a multi-story parking structure and, with a pool on top or something, and then give one to, those of us in the flatlands or whatever, and let us try and fill it out and see how close we can get to providing the accurate information that we all really do want. And then, hopefully there'll be an opportunity to tweak it if we need to do that. So I would really encourage you to. There's enough of us out there that would be stupid enough to raise our hands and say, yes, we'll help you with that. So,
great.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And I would just very briefly like to request that we get some kind of a document that shows all the drop-down boxes, all the instructions for the PIW, so we know all the options. And if possible, it would be nice to have a dummy link on the website so that we can go through a dummy project and see how it works.
Yeah, we have that. We can make that available to the committee.
Okay.
You can add your project to Ziggy High School with mine and Hannah's. Any other closing remarks before I wax poetic?
I'm not going to waste everyone's time. We're all Right, but I do want, well, maybe when we come back to this, talk about joint use. And
Oh, right, you're right, we skipped over joint use.
that, so I just want to put that on the agenda
Yeah.
for next time.
Thank you for reminding me of that. So I do want to say that we have received letters related to the PIW, reflecting many of the comments we got today from you guys, and other things from Ed Maru at Neff Construction, from the Orange County Office of Education, from the Coalition for Adequate School Housing, and from the Riverside Unified School District, and I hope I didn't leave anybody out that we've received letters for. We'll take the letters and include those in the compilation of the comments that we've received, both from Jeremy's notes and my notes and other people's notes, and try and develop some internal changes or draft ideas and concepts related to that, and bring them back for our next meeting on Friday, March 9th. I do anticipate that I might try and set up some specific area meetings where we can talk about, the project cost area or something like that with some people internally and together with us, so we can look at things like that as we go forward. And I really appreciate everybody being here and staying through this discussion, and because it really is good. I think for me the takeaway is that we have a lot of work to do to get a document that we can all, with data that we can all trust, but it is important work. And the other piece for me is that I think we need to find a way to use the data that we, CDE, DSA, OPSC, and districts all already have, and get it, and find a way to incorporate the data so that we can create a really accurate set of data and not do it in a way that is really a burden on school districts in terms of the amount of time it takes to fill out the form. So I appreciate everybody's help.
Are the letters available to us?
Yeah, I can make them available to you. Okay, Juan?
Just real quickly, thanks again to everybody for all the input. We have our work cut out for us, and really on that note, we are going to try and make every attempt to come back next month, but I'm not guaranteeing that, depending on how it goes. We have to do quite a bit of research, so I just want to let everyone know that we're going to do the best we can to come back with some information on each of those comments, but it may not happen. We're going to do our best.
Okay, thanks everybody.